Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Flight Dispatcher Days 2025. It's actually quite great to see many of you here, colleagues from airlines, flight dispatchers, flight planners, colleagues from EUROCONTROL operations, actually industry partners from all around the world. So whether this is your first time joining us or you have been here before, we are happy to have you with us here today. My name is Boris Radovanovic, and I'm responsible for NM Strategic Project Flight Efficiency Implementation, and on behalf of the NM Flight Dispatcher Days organization team, I would like to highlight some practical details you will have to know during the event, starting with the safety video, so that all of us are aware of any procedures in case of the emergency. Now, the most important thing, badges. You will notice we have three colors. Orange is reserved for the main group, which is you, participants. The green is for our distinguished speakers and guest speakers from the airlines. And finally, there is a blue badge, which is reserved for our EUROCONTROL staff. If you need anything, do not hesitate to approach our colleagues with a blue badge, ask them any practical question. You will meet them today in the room, starting with our main moderator, Mr. Chris Peregrine, also Mr. Andy Woolin, but here today with us we have Maurice, Carlo, and Chris as well, and many other colleagues that you will have a chance to meet during the 3 days in front of us. So, important thing about the badge, keep them all the time with you, and you bring them back only before you depart home. We will kindly ask you to put them in the dedicated box outside of the Europa meeting room or at the exit from the EUROCONTROL. So this is your entrance to the event. Without the badge, it might be difficult to see you next day. So all the badges have a QR code, and before explaining it, please use Wi-Fi network visitor to connect with internet. It's quite important because we will use some modern technology to engage and actually interact during the event. When you scan this QR code with your telephones, you will be brought to a web page where you have two main elements. The first one is actually EUROCONTROL Flight Dispatcher Days 25 website, where I also advise you to look and follow our agenda. And also there you will find a quite useful material, starting with the Flight Dispatcher Days booklet, to which we will refer during the event, and also a quick guide for the NMP Flight application. About the Q&A code and Q&A platform, just use a button Start Now. You will be requested to put your name or name of your organization, to put at least one question. We allowed an option for 2 questions within the one submission, and after that you need to send us your questions. You can reinitiate the whole process by using submit another response option in the application. So this is going to be the main way how we will communicate and collect your inputs during the sessions we prepared for today. But also you are kindly invited to just raise your hand and use microphone in front of you if you would like to ask a question. Or if you do not have a microphone, for a colleague sitting in the back row, I advise you just to use one of the remote microphones that we will bring to you. You already had a chance to see this morning that in our lobby in front of the meeting room, we have prepared an expo where you will be able to engage and connect with the different colleagues from the EUROCONTROL network operations, but also other teams working closely with the flight dispatchers. There is also a dedicated stand for the colleagues from EFALDA and EUFALDA. In the same area, we will later serve a lunch, and on the day one, we will have a networking event starting at 5 o'clock. Just quick overview of the agenda. We will have 3 days. The first day will be, and the second day will focus on the operational matters, where we will, through the different practical demonstrations from our colleagues from the NMOC and also airlines and one ANSP, interact and actually describe the different operational situations to help you maybe better understand and raise certain topics you would like to address after each of these sessions. The day 3 is the new one we included this year, and it will be fully dedicated to the FFI's topic. It will cover different aspects of it, and actually will look into the impact that the FFIs will have on our operations in the near future. So it's a very important topic, and for that reason, we will be streaming that day online. All 3 days will be recorded, and the video will be published on the events webpage. So just a quick reminder, if you do not want to be photographed, just inform one of the EUROCONTROL staff members or our photographers that you wouldn't like to be in one of the social media ready photos that we will publish in the events page and other online platforms. That's all from me now, and I would like to invite Mr. Jacopo Prisinotti, Director Network Management, to welcome you all. Jacopo, thank you.
So, thank you. Good morning. I'm Jacopo Prisinotti, the Director of the EUROCONTROL Network Management. First word is a big thank for taking your time and being here in such a big number. And I'm just going to run through with you on a couple of things that in EUROCONTROL we're doing and putting in place to ensure that we are, as an aviation sector, going to be successful going forward. So first, let's start with the good news. Aviation is in really good health. It's booming. It's growing at a pace of 5% per year with a big backlog. You probably all know that if your company, airlines or whatever, had more aircrafts, more staff, you would even have more capacity into the system. And the load factors are very high. And we in EUROCONTROL, as you know, we do the Stratfor forecast, and we foresee significant growth, at least within this decade. So this is something good. This is something important for aviation. And this is something we absolutely need to protect. We are aviation. We are the ones who make it happen or not, but we are the ones who are going to make it happen. And as we are aviation, we need to understand that we need to compel 2 things. One is this significant positive situation. Just think that if after COVID, the psychology of people would have changed in the other direction, being afraid of flying. Now the situation is totally different. If before COVID, people would have thought, okay, maybe I will buy my new iPhone today and I will wait to go on vacation next year. Now it's totally changed. Now people just want to go. They just want to move and they want to fly. And we need to support this growth, because on the other side of the coin, what we have today is a significant saturation of the European aviation network. And this level of saturation means that either we all, and I use my slogan, sorry, we all either all think network, or each of us in our local businesses will fail. That's where we are today. That's the reality. Last year, as you all know, was not a good year. This year we have 5% more traffic, and unevenly distributed, I would say, where there are areas which we have another 10% like last year. And this is something we need to take care, because if we want aviation to be successful, and then ourselves, our businesses, our companies to be successful, we need to shift our logic. And our logic needs to be, if the network is successful, my business is going to be successful. If this year we're going to do worse than last year, we are going to start to enter into difficult situations. And politics will arrive and levels of capping will arrive that we don't want. We want aviation to flourish. We want to support people moving and going around Europe, the world. And be careful, this is not only a European thing. This is a global situation where the middle class at global level wants just to fly. And if we are not successful as Europe, the further risk is other areas of the world will take advantage. We are leading this in Europe still, and we need to continue to do that. We have knowledge, we have competence, we have a level of history of professionalism which we need to protect. I see a lot of, let's say, new generations in the room today. I'm very happy about that. And you guys need to bring this mountain further. And to do that, there's one simple rule. You need to develop a capacity to understand that your contribution to the network is fundamental to make the aviation successful. And then you will get back the results and you'll be successful within yourselves, your businesses, and your companies where you work. So I encourage in these 2 days of work really to explore and work together with the Eurocontrol teams and all the other colleagues which are here today, which I thank again, to really share views, enter into a constructive and proactive logic, but also look at all the steps that we will need to do in summer 25, but also in the years to come, in order to together really evolve. There's a lot that we can do better. So when I said there's a big level of saturation, you see it every day. And you know that the new technologies are going to come in some years' time. But you also need to look at what we still can do better. As we always like to say, there's a lot of capacity which is misused today, which is not working properly because of the rotations, because of the flight planning, because of the interfaces between the leaders of this world and the network manager. A number of things in terms of the work of flight dispatching and how we can evolve that, which are key to ensure that the available capacity is used at best and we can do more. So I leave you guys with this message. Please work together and think network for the success of your own businesses and be proactive. And I really wish you all a great couple of 3 days of work, because there's also a third day where we will do the FFIs, which is another very important part. And I wish you all the success of these 2 days of work. And I would like also to really kindly ask you, after these 2 or 3 days, go home and build on that. It's not going to be just 2 or 3 days, good things, okay, we have discussed it. Build on that. Leadership of the aviation stakeholders is essential. And you guys are the leaders. And you guys need to bring it forward. So continue to do it. Challenge Eurocontrol, challenge us. We are a team of people who wants to grow as well. But let's always be constructive and proactive. With this, I thank you all. And I wish you all a great 2 days of work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacopo, for that introductory speech. Okay, first of all, my name's Chris Peregrine. I'm going to moderate over the next 2 days for most of the sessions. I'm not available this afternoon, but for most of the sessions. First of all, I owe you an apology. My voice is a little bit croaky. I'm drinking plenty of water, and hopefully it will improve over the next day or so. I'd like to say that it's not my fault, but it is. Those of you that maybe know me, on Sunday there was a football match. It was the first time, and I'm emotional, it was the first time in 70 years that my football team won a domestic trophy. It meant quite a lot to me, and I'm afraid I got a little excited, and as a result my throat is a little bit sore, so I do apologise for that. Okay, so apart from that, I'd just like to reiterate some of the things that both Jacopo and Boris said. This is we had one of these sessions last year, and it was very successful. We got some very, very positive feedback from everyone that attended. I can see some faces that were here last year, but I can also see some new faces, which is fantastic. It's an opportunity, as Jacopo said, to learn, to really ask awkward questions. We've got Eurocontrol expertise here in the room, as well as expertise from introduction on that, who the person is. Then we will quickly summarise after each session, and I will then lead a Q&A session. We'll try and keep as much time as we can for questions and answers, because that's really what counts here. So we will use the QR code stuff. So I'll be looking at Boris for him to give me the questions. I also have some questions left over from last year, so we won't have any quiet sessions, because I'll make sure we ask those questions as well. But please, as I say, make sure that you put your 2 cents in as well. Okay, so let's go on to the first session. So we have invited 3 of our associations that are relevant to this event, and I'm going to invite 3 speakers. The first speaker is Mr. Nick Rhodes from the European Regional Airline Association. So Nick, please, over to you.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, everybody. On behalf of the European Regions Airlines Association, Airlines for Europe and IATA, absolute pleasure to welcome you all here to Brussels for the second Flight Dispatchers Day. Huge thank you to Jacopo, who I think has just left the building, and his team for hosting the event, and to all the different network manager experts from across the domains who are here in support, both in the room and with us working behind us on the stands outside. I'd also like to pass a special thanks to Andy, to Boris, to Chris, Carlo, from the Aircraft Operators Liaison Cell, and to everyone working behind the scenes who have been able to make this event possible. And also to those external speakers from KLM, Air France, Aegean, Lufthansa and DFS, who will be sharing with you their best practices over the course of the next 2 days. It's fantastic to see so many flight operations officers, dispatchers, flight planning experts, flight support staff gathered here from different airspace user communities, but also from all over the globe. Having worked in an OCC myself for many years, both as a crew controller and ops controller, and as a duty manager, I understand firsthand exactly how essential your role is. And without you, and without your crewing, maintenance control, excuse me, and ground services colleagues within the OCC, day-to-day airline operations would really descend into chaos. You ensure that the aircraft, passengers, cargo depart, transit and arrive as efficiently as possible, all the while navigating the ever-changing capacity constraints of the European airspace network. I'm fairly confident that available capacity, or maybe the growing lack of it, is probably one of the reasons why your different organisations were very happy for you to come to Brussels for these few days. So let me be clear, I'm not going to use this opportunity to make political statements or complaints. I think there are plenty of other forums to do that, as I'm sure Stephen, Jacopo and others will more than attest to. But I do think we have to acknowledge the stark reality that Europe's ATM network is absolutely stretched to its limits. Demand is outstripping capacity, particularly in high traffic areas. And you've all experienced firsthand the disruptions caused by staffing shortfalls, capacity constraints, industrial action, and adverse weather. And these issues aren't minor inconveniences. They have major operational, financial, and environmental consequences. And let's not forget, as a dispatcher, I know only too well that your daily challenges extend beyond ATM, most of which by their very nature are quite reactive, and all of which have a direct impact and add volatility to the network. Delays, cancellations, diversions, extra fuel burn, and unnecessary track miles drive up airline costs, frustrate passengers, and increase emissions. And that's why a robust, predictable, and efficient network isn't just desirable, it's an absolute necessity. And this is where you, the dispatchers, play an absolutely crucial role. Your real-time decisions determine whether a flight remains on schedule, avoids congestion, and operates as efficiently as possible. And given the disruptions of the past few years, and with the likelihood of another challenging summer ahead, your ability to collaborate with the network manager, adapt to constraints, and leverage available tools is more crucial than ever. And that's why you're here. Whether you work for a global network carrier, a low-cost airline, a regional operation, an ACMI carrier, a cargo airline, or a business jet organisation, the next few days should provide valuable insights and give you a deeper understanding of the practical tools that you can use to enhance operational efficiency. And the network manager offers a suite of support tools that, when used effectively, can significantly improve flight planning and execution. These tools include areas such as real-time trajectory management support, dynamic rerouting, curfew identification, collaborative decision-making tools, as well as dashboards, portals, and e-learning interfaces. And when these are fully harnessed, these resources can help you reduce delays, optimize airspace capacity, and improve overall network stability. 30 years ago, when I started in the OCC, really dispatch meant faxing flight plans, refreshing Windows 95, with cathode ray tubes at absolute glacial speeds, and quite frankly, much of the time, hoping for the best. And that was before the 4 weeks every season of trying to compile repetitive flight plan submissions every season using MS-DOS. But today, with real-time data, automated decision support, and digitalized operations, you have more power in your fingertips than you've ever had before. Yet despite these technological advances, the core principles of dispatch remain unchanged. Meticulous planning, adaptability, and collaboration. These remain the foundation of efficient operations. But the challenges will only grow. Rising air traffic, evolving sustainability mandates, and the need for seamless integration and data sharing between airline operations and ATM will require even greater coordination. And that change is already happening. The flight plan, which has been relatively unchanged for nearly 50 years, will evolve with the introduction of the FFI's Release 1 later this year, something you'll hear a lot more about on Thursday. And this will provide unprecedented granularity for the operational actors and transform the way that flight planning is conducted, and is a fundamental enabler to trajectory-based operations. Meanwhile, the network manager continues to refine its capabilities, but its success depends on you. They need your engagement, your feedback, and your expertise to shape future developments. And that's why these next few days in Brussels really matter. You're not just here to listen to presentations, this is an opportunity for you to engage with experts, to learn from each other and find better ways to manage Europe's airspace. And as Jacopo said previously, when you return to your airlines, I urge you to share what you've learned. These improvements and solutions discussed here only work if they are implemented by as many of you and as your colleagues as possible. By spreading that knowledge, you strengthen the entire ATM network. The European aviation is only as strong as the people managing it, and flight dispatchers are pretty much the glue that holds daily airline operations together, and therefore your input and participation to these discussions is not just valuable, it's essential. So make the most of these next few days. Ask questions, share your experiences, engage in the discussions. I wish you all a very productive, insightful conference. Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry, a little bit of confusion there. Thank you very much, Nick. Very interesting introduction there. I particularly liked your reference to Windows 95. I think when I started as a red cap, I think we weren't even on that. It was still carbon copy load sheets, trim, you know, so showing our age there a little bit. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to introduce Tiago Ruggiero now, who is representing EUFALDA. Tiago, over to you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Andy, Boris, to let us be here. It's okay?
Do you have a clicker just to check?
Yeah, we have everything. Thank you so much. Thank you all of our professionals who are here, which is our flight dispatchers. It is a privilege to stand before you in EUROCONTROL on this prestigious Flight Dispatch Day. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to EUROCONTROL for hosting for the second time this important event, and mainly the third-party organizations here represented, which are supporting us in our industry. Most important, I want to recognize each and every one of you guys, the flight dispatcher around the world, who are the backbone of safety and efficiency of air operation. Today, I have the honor to introduce you an organization which is quite old, by the way, but a lot of you guys, some of you guys never heard about it, and is dedicated to advocating for supporting and strengthening the global flight dispatch community, which is the International Federation Airline Dispatch Association, or IFALDA. So we, as you can see, we've been founded since 1961, and IFALDA has remained steadfast in this mission to the global voice of flight dispatchers. One of our significant contributions, you are very well aware about it, because we are the ones who create the training syllabus that you have been dealing since, as you can see, 1975. So I believe that all flight dispatchers here, your initial training was thought about in our own organization here. After that, we were able to focus on the competence-based training, and recently, in 2020, we created the new ICAO document 10106. These initiatives are essential in ensuring that flight dispatchers worldwide receive the highest standard of training and professional development. Additionally, in 1990, the Airline Dispatcher Association, ADF, and in the United States and the European Federation of Airline Dispatchers, the EUFALDA, played a pivotal role on strengthening the representation on dispatch professionals across different regions. This effort in advocating for dispatcher rights, training, advancements, and global collaboration were instrumental in shaping the structured international recognition professional we see today. Their legacy continues through IFALDA, ongoing initiatives to the unique dispatch worldwide. This is I'm going a little bit away from the speech, sorry for that, Boris and Andy. But it's always the same story when I'm dealing with flight dispatchers, is how does your family describe what you do? It's a brilliant question. So ask your wife, husband, parents, friends, say what we do. As an instructor once, I was in a country doing a training, and I always like to do this question. And there was one guy who told me, you know how I explain to my family? I say, hey, do you know, Houston, we have a problem? We are Houston. And I say, well, that's a good way, because we don't only do dispatch, we do much more than dispatch. So with more than 2,500 members across 45 affiliated organizations in 25 countries, IFALDA is the true international force ensuring that dispatchers are represented in the highest level on the decision making. We play a critical role on shaping the future in our professionals. Over the past 25 years, we've been actively engaging with ICAO on the working groups, like for the Annex 1 for the license, the Annex 6, the NAT 007 for for firefighting, for volcanoes. So we are being representing all of us there. And we try as much as we can to represent all of you guys and influence the key policies that impact the global flight operation. We collaborate closely with IATA, with ICAO, EASA, FAA, and some leading industry stakeholders like Boeing to ensure that the dispatch voice is heard where it must matter. So why should we be part of IFALDA? Because together we can achieve more. IFALDA provides a platform of collaboration, knowledge-sharing, and advocacy, ensuring that the challenge and needs of dispatchers are addressed in a global scale. Our members benefit from a professional development initiatives, industry insights, and exclusive network opportunities, including the flagship of the IFALDA annual general meeting. And talking about that, and I'm very proud as Portuguese to announce this also, that the next one will be in my beautiful country in the city of Lisbon. So we are delighted that to invite all of you guys to be on between 6th and 8th of May of 2025, where we're going to have also our friends from EUROCONTROL represented there. And this event will bring together industry leaders, regulatory bodies, and dispatch professionals for 3 days of engaging discussion, training, and collaboration. We look ahead to the future of the aviation, and it's clear that the role of flight dispatcher is more vital than ever. In the industry that's constantly evolving, we must continue to innovate, adapt, and advocate for our professionals. And special because it's not appealing anymore. We don't see, I have to disagree a little bit, where we don't see that much young people anymore. So something is happening with our professional. We are not getting there. IFALDA is committed to being in the forefront of this effort, ensuring that dispatchers have the tools, resources, and representation that they need to succeed. Once again, I want to express my deep appreciation for EUROCONTROL, Andy, Brian. Thank you so much, Andy, for all these years that you were the voice of us inside of EUROCONTROL, I have to say. And hopefully we can collaborate even more after this. To our industry partners, their continued support, and to all of you dedicated professionals. Together as a member of the Global Flight Dispatch community, we are stronger. Thank you so much. And we would like to be hearing from you guys, me and Richard and Kenneth outside, so we can talk and to see how you can collaborate with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tiago, for that presentation. I think I might use that one myself about getting relatives to describe how what you do for a living. I might well. I'll come back to you in a second, Martin. I might well find interesting answers there. I will come back to you in a moment, Martin, but I would like to proceed now to Kenneth Kronberg, who is going to introduce EUFALDA. Kenneth, over to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you to my good colleague Tiago for the start here. We are three guys here together today, and we had a little booth outside here. Many of you has already stopped by us, and as you hear what Tiago said is that IFALDA have two subgroups below them. One is ADF, American Dispatch Federation, which is working closely together with FAA. And here in Europe, we have EUFALDA, which is working very closely together with the EASA and EUROCONTROL for the benefit of all of you, in fact. Now, quite often when I ask many dispatchers when I'm out doing training and so on, and says, do you know IFALDA and EUFALDA? And I can tell you, most of the classes I come out to, people say, no, we do not know you. And I'm here today to admit, yes, we are really bad in marketing in our associations here, and that's also why we are here today. We need to be better in marketing what we do, because many of you, in fact, don't know what we do. So let me give you a little bit of explanation of what do we do in EUFALDA. Well, first of all, we are very closely connected with the EASA and some working groups there. And we have to admit that EASA has been terrible in the area of making regulation how to train operational personnel. And it was not before, a few years back, where ICAO did audit of EASA that they said, well, you have no regulation around how to train operational personnel. And the EASA said, yeah, we're a little bit behind there. You need to do something. And at the same time, and this came really well, the ICAO Doc 10.10.6 came out, made by IFALDA. The ICAO Doc came out, and then EASA grabbed the opportunity, says, yes, we need to do something. And luckily, they reached out to us and say, hey, we would like to have you in a couple of working groups. So me and a couple of my colleagues, we got in both the EDTO working group, and very soon you will see the result of that. The new EDTO regulation is coming out soon. And then very important, we got in the new working group of how to train operational personnel. And yeah, we did our work in the working group. We handed in the work here a couple of years ago, in fact, and then as the normally work is with the EASA, they make an NPA, which they put up on the EASA website. Now, normal NPAs on the EASA website, they don't get much comments, maybe 5 to 40 comments per NPA, depending on the subject. Yes, flight time limitation got a lot, but normal NPAs don't get a lot of comments. Your NPA got 207 comments. So there's apparently a lot of both feelings and opinions out there for how to educate all of us. So EASA called the working group back in last year. So we had 2 meetings in March and April last year. And then after that, there was silence from EASA. And I was a little bit like, what is going on inside EASA management? Now we heard back finally from EASA in January this year. And now EASA has been working very closely with ICAO and the new, which Tiago also mentioned, the work that IFALDA has been doing with ICAO Annex 1 and Annex 6. And here EASA has also been part of this work. So now I can tell you here today that we just got a new draft of the NPA, and this is brand new information I can share with you today. We got a new draft on the NPA, and it looks like we have a completely new setup. Now, when we started our work with EASA, they said from day one, some few years back, don't even start talking about a common EASA license. We don't want to hear about it. And we said like, okay, we think that would be a smart idea because it is a mess in Europe. 12 countries issue a license, 8 countries demand the license. Like my country, Denmark, we issue a license, but we don't demand the license. Same with Germany, for instance. And some countries don't issue a license at all. So if I was a cook or a carpenter, according to free movement of labor in European Union, I can work in any country I want. But I cannot do that as a flight dispatcher. I cannot work in Portugal, for instance, as with my Danish flight dispatch license. So that's against the movement of free labor. So yes, I want to do something about this, and that's what they're doing. And now they're saying we are going towards a common EASA license. My best guess is somewhere between 3 to 7 years. Then we will have this. You will see the license. And then a lot of new things coming up from EASA. And as soon as we have something more concrete, we will publish that on EUFALDA website. So I urge you to follow up on the website when we have the new stuff coming up. Now, how can you be a member of EUFALDA, and what does it cost, and why should you support us? Well, it is important that you support us, because can you remember a couple of years ago, 2.5 years ago, the new fuel energy schemes came out and the new all-weather ops package, and it's a little bit of a mess seen from a training of flight dispatchers point of view. And that was because we were not there in that working group. So we were not represented there, and we cannot be everywhere because we need money to help you. And we need your membership, and we also need people. So that's also one thing we need. Me and Thiago and Richard, we cannot be everywhere, and the other good colleagues we have of IFALDA and EUFALDA, and ADF for that matter, to mention them also. So yeah, it is a very cheap organizations, not in that way, yeah, it's cheap to be a member of our organizations. So IFALDA, it is merely $15 per year, and EUFALDA is 30 euros per year, plus if you're a member of EUFALDA, then you're automatically a member of IFALDA. So, and that's another $15 there also. So it's very cheap to be a member, and it's a great support because we can only be in these working groups and representing you, making sure that we get good lawmaking around your job if we have your support. So the more we are together, the better. Now, normally it's member organizations that they have the voting right on our AGMs. Single members do not have voting rights. So it is best if you're a member of a local organization in your country, like GALDA in Germany, or SALDA in Scandinavia, or FRALDA in France. I can see Francoise just over here, so representing FRALDA and Air France there. So yeah, so it's really important that you support us. So thank you for listening to this, and please come out to our stand and ask any question you will. We are just outside here in the middle, me and Richard and Thiago, and can help you with anything and show you the websites and so on. And yeah, if you have any questions right now, you're more than welcome to put the hand up, that's for sure. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Kenneth. Interesting insight into the challenges that you're facing as flight dispatchers in general, with the training, etc. And also not a bad sales pitch. So maybe you're not as bad at marketing as you thought. But okay. There is at least one question I know of. So I'm going to go to Martin and ask him to take the floor with his question.
Good morning, everybody. Martin Dijkstra from KLM. We have copied the US way of thinking about dispatchers. So we have an FAA licensed dispatchers. Recently, the FAA requires a home address for FAA licensed dispatchers in the States. How can EUFALDA support that there is a home address outside the States?
Tiago, may I ask you to address that, or can it?
Yeah, we know about that, and there are several organizations that are right now setting up addresses where you can do that. You can come and talk to me afterwards. I will show you how to do it, and that's it. And you bring up a very good question there, that the whole mess around the EASA not having proper regulation around dispatchers and proper licensing, that has made many airlines go towards an FAA license, and that is quite costly for many airlines. They have to ship people all the way to the United States, do all the training and all the cost-related hotel and everything, which is quite expensive for, and especially maybe small business jet airlines. This is a quite big cost for them. So that's why we would like EASA to do the training here in Europe and come up with something in Europe where the airlines either can do training inside the airline themselves or go to an organization that provides training. So that's what we do, and yes, you cannot keep your license without having a home address over there, and we have a solution for you. So come and visit us afterwards.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Kenneth, for the answer. Does anybody else have any questions or any comments, any reflections on what our colleagues said? I don't see any hands up in the room. Boris, can I just ask, is there anything that online that we have? Nope. Nope. Okay. Thank you very much indeed, gentlemen. A really interesting insight and a good introduction to the world of flight dispatching. Much appreciated. What we're going to do now then is we're going to go on to the main bulk of the morning's work, which is our demonstrations. We have a number of our network manager experts, operational or operational support experts, who are going to introduce various of our applications and tools. We're following a very similar method to the way we did it last year. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to ask Andy Woolen to come up and give us an introduction to the NMP Flight application. This application should be relatively familiar to most of you, as it is the main application or tool that we use to you will be using to interact with our systems. Andy will give a high-level introduction of that. So over to you, Andy.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome, everybody. My name is Andy Woolen. I work in a team supporting the EUROCONTROL Network Manager operations, and also responsible for the evolution of our flight planning and flow management tools. Part of that a few years ago was I became the product owner of a tool that we launched, or we started designing, called NMP Flight. That was work that was done with airline representatives, and it continues to work in that way with the developments that we go on with in the future. A big change you're going to see very soon is it's going to change name. It's going to be called the NMUI Flight application to align with the large system changes that are happening within the network manager over the next years. What's important for you to take home with you is that it is going to be replacing the NOC portal and the CHMI, which is used still in a lot of airline organizations for interacting with the network manager. We are potentially talking between a 6-month from now to 2-year time frame. It's not fully been decided of when those legacy applications will be taken offline. In November, the next version of the the first version of the NMUI Flight will be deployed. That will contain features, new features, which Natalia, my colleague, who is has taken over as the product owner for the application, will be giving a system demo later today to show you the features that are coming. But it's important to know that a lot of those new features will not be deployed in the legacy applications such as the CHMI and NOC portal. For obvious reasons, we don't want to spend money developing those applications that are going to be taken offline in the near future. And that, I reiterate, it's important that you go back to your organizations. If you've not already moved to NMP Flight, go back to your organizations, warn your managers responsible for the tools that you use that you will have to gradually be transitioning to the NMUI Flight application if you want to interact with the network manager in the timescale I mentioned of up to 2 years. It will be announced very soon, the final decision of the date that those applications will be removed from service. But it's very important that you start the transition as soon as possible to the new application. And I think I'm going to just go over very basically what it is. I know a lot of you use it, but there are some in the room that don't. What the feedback we got from last year was that our presentations were too high level for the knowledge and abilities of the dispatchers in the room. But in the same set of feedback, we got comments that it was too technical and it was not understandable. So you must bear with us over these next 2 days. We have a widespread level of knowledge and abilities in the room. We're going to try to be basic as well as try to give some more advanced tips and tricks of the tools that you can use. But for some of you, obviously, it won't be fully appropriate to your level of understanding. So the NMP Flight application was built on an idea that it's managed by exception. It's no longer just look at a flight list and wait for an FLS message to come or wait for a SAM message to come. It's to understand fully what the network, fully understand or define yourself what is a not normal situation for a flight or your flights, and then the tools to help get out of those difficulties if your standard flight planning tools or dispatch tools can't interact with the network manager in a way that you need to interact to get out of those difficult situations. And one of those in implementation is that you can set up your own alerts in the application to warn you when not normal happens. So it's not a system-defined set of rules of what you're looking for. For example, you can say, warn me when a delay is more than 20 minutes or 40 minutes. Many alerts are possible. These 2 days we'll be looking at those mainly at the NMP Flight application, as well as Nick mentioned some of the other tools that we have available. And probably the only last thing I will mention about the tool, it is very configurable for each individual person, each user, each dispatcher can use that tool to configure their own flight lists, the columns to be displayed, the alerts to be shown for that individual, saving those flight lists so when you log in the morning when your shift starts, or in the afternoon when your shift starts, you have your configuration already set, so you can open the configuration that has been saved associated to the task that you will be executing at that moment, and the system is already ready to go. So you hit the ground running when your shift starts. It's a big change from our previous legacy applications with regard to reducing workload in your ops rooms, as well as easier visibility and reaction to these non-normal situations for your flights. So Boris mentioned that in the package that we have put online for this event, there are some quick guides for some of the basic functionalities that are available. There are 37 short video tutorials available through the online help package for the application, and also YouTube, and very importantly, if you have any questions about training or the packages that are available in our Aviation Learning Center, please go and visit our stand that's in the lobby. You'll see the training stand in the far corner. Go and speak to Christian, who's on that stand, and he can give you more information on what's available, but he's also very interested to listen to you for things that potentially aren't available, but you think are necessary for you to work better with the tools in the future. That's all I will say for now. I'll be back during the next 2 days, so sorry, you will hear more from me.
Okay, thank you, Andy. So that was a high-level introduction to the NMP Flight, or soon to be NMUI Flight. Obviously, you'll get a demonstration of that a little bit later on. What I would suggest is that if you have any questions for Andy at the moment, that we put them in the QR code, but I'm getting a shake of the head from Boris, so I don't think there's anything at the moment. Therefore, what I suggest we do is that we'll go through the rest of the demonstrations, and then we'll collate everything together and use your either questions in the room or on the QR codes. So just to make sure you don't forget them, either note them down or put them in the QR. I think that's important. Okay, so the next presentation is on the other page, and I can't actually turn my page over. Here we go. Okay, so I'd now like to introduce Jelena, who is going to give us an overview on, or give us information that is relevant to flight preparation and management that we as NM make available to you as flight dispatchers. What it is, what's useful, and and how you can find it. So I'm going to hand over to Jelena now.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Jelena Radosavljević, NMOC pre-tactical team. In next 50 minutes or so, I will try to give you insight into pre-tactical planning and preparation, and walk you through the network plan and information we share you, explain its elements, and also how it affects you and your operations. After the demo, my colleague Victoria will share with you what is new coming this summer, making our pre-tactical role even more proactive. She will give you more details about the network scenarios, procedures, and triggers, aiming to bring more stability and predictability to the network. Before we move to the demo and the network plan, just a few words about pre-tact and pre-tactical team. In pre-tact, we try to set the stage for tactical operations and to ensure a smooth and seamless transition to the day of operation. Pre-tactical flow management covers period 6 days prior to the day of operation, with the main focus on day -2 and day -1 preparation. And our work consists of planning, coordination activities, and everything is done through the CDM or collaborative decision making. Network assessment in pre-tactical phase is mainly based on traffic demand forecast, and here we try to forecast what aircraft operators would like to do. We compare that demand with envisaged capacity, and based on that, we identify capacity constraints in the network. We do this based on historical data. It's usually day -7. However, in case of significant network disruption, this date can be replaced. And it is further enhanced with flight intentions coming from airport slot data and also airline schedules. Output of our work is the ATFCM daily plan, and it is published at 1600 UTC winter time and 1 hour earlier during summer. Today, during the demo, we will use NMP Flight, and I will show you how you can access the plan. If you go to the Information Hub tab, here on the right-hand side, you have initial network plan published. And before going into details of it, just to say that on this page, you also have tactical updates and network news on the left side, where we share with you tactical updates, significant network events, if we organize conferences, if we have any event which might concern you and your operations. Also, whenever the network plan is published, it is also shared here with you. You can also subscribe and receive an email whenever there is an update to this section. Below this, we have ANM, or ATFCM notification message, and on the right-hand side, we have some high-level statistic about live traffic situation in the network. But going back to the plan, just to say that for purposes of this demonstration, we will use one of busier network days where we had many regulations, scenarios, advanced strike notification, and also cross-border weather. You can access it directly here and move through the page, or if you prefer and it's more convenient to you, you can open it as a PDF document. And starting with our plan, it always starts with a map where we try to give you a glance at main network bottlenecks. In blue, we have applied regulations, in green, hotspots, and I will come back to these terms in a few seconds. Below that, we are starting with network summary, where we try to give you a concise overview of the network situation on the day. We try to highlight main network bottlenecks and also provide you all relevant information. For example, for the day we picked from September, we had around 32,000 flights in the network. It was busy southeast axis with ATC capacity measures applied on behalf of Zagreb and Hungary. Below that, we split section into two. We first start with airdromes, where we always start with 4-letter ICAO code of the airdrome, then affected traffic, reason, and then we also indicate delay descriptively. In this case, for example, we had Heathrow arrivals regulated due to weather and low to moderate delays predicted. Below that, we have airspace section, where we also start with ID of the ACC concerned, affected traffic, reason, and then delay. Also, if we expect some high delays, as is the case for Rams North Sector in Lima Fox Echo Echo, we also try to provide you with alternative reroutings to avoid congested area. In this IMP, because it was also part of the summer, we have reference to cross-border alternative routings, just a second, and RAD relaxation. And this will be explained a bit later by my colleague Victoria as a summer package. But just for you not familiar with RAD, RAD stands for Route Availability Document and facilitates flight planning, and it provides single, fully integrated and coordinated routing scheme, aiming to improve ATFCM by maximizing capacity and reducing complexity. If your flight plan is affected by RAD, your flight plan will be invalidated, and therefore you will have to refile to avoid an airspace or airdrome concern during the period of unavailability. Moving further on, we start with ATFCM details, where we have information for all FMPs sorted alphabetically, where we provide you all measures, regulations, and important information for the day. Here we start with Brussels, and although we didn't have any regulation or scenario implemented that day, we wanted to share with you an advanced notice about industrial action, and we always provide date, period concerned, and also reference to the relevant NOTAMs if available at the moment. Once more information become available, we share with you, and also if it's necessary, we organize conferences. After that, on the day for Karlsruhe, we had many regulations applied due to ATC capacity, and just to make sure that we are all on the same page, to explain what is regulation. So whenever traffic demands in an airspace or an airdrome exceeds available ATC capacity, we do demand capacity balancing to ensure that safety is not compromised and that we do not create overload for the controllers. In this situation, ATFM regulations are coordinated with the relevant FMP and implemented by NM. How this affects you? Actually, if your flight is affected by regulation, you will receive a CTOT or calculated takeoff time, also called slot. And sometimes this term regulation is mixed with the previously mentioned restriction. If your flight plan is affected by restriction, your flight plan will be invalidated. If you're affected by regulation, you receive a calculated takeoff time. Then moving on the day, we also had scenario applied for Maastricht. And just to clarify what is a scenario. It's a network measure that could be used to address major capacity constraints and solve local and network-wide capacity imbalances by reducing complexity or workload in a sector. Objective of scenario is to move traffic out of critical areas and achieve global decrease of delay and avoid implementation of regulation. Scenarios are applied usually for a very short period of time and capturing limited number of flights. We have two main types of scenarios. We have rerouting, starting with Romeo-Romeo, and flight level scenarios, level caps, starting with Foxtrot-Lima. This summer, you will also see Romeo-November scenarios, standing for reroute network, but it will be explained in a few minutes by my colleague, Victoria. If your flight is captured by scenario and your delay exceeds the value of delay threshold, which is set to 20 minutes, your flight plan will be suspended. And if you intend to operate, you will either have to send an FCM, flight confirmation message, or to reroute to avoid a congested area during the period of applicability. For scenarios, here we have scenario ID, period, reason, and flow factored, and also delay threshold. However, if you prefer to visualize it and see more details, you just have to click on it, and the hyperlink will open scenario repository on the NOP, where you will be able to see, okay, flow. In this example, we had the traffic from Egypt, Cyprus, Greece, Turkey, going to London, Luton, and Stansted, not allowed to cross Buta sector in Maastricht. We also provide you with alternatives to avoid this airspace, and it is also visualized. In red, we have initial profiles, and then green options to avoid area. Going back to the plan. Yes, okay. We also have hotspots, and for you not familiar with the term, if you don't have any pre-tactical measures applied, however, due to high demand, forecast weather, work in progress, etc., there is high probability that tactically we'll have regulation, and in the area or AirDROM represent a network bottleneck. We try to give you advanced information, heads up of possible problematic areas on the day of operation. We also try to provide information if we have major projects, renovations, works, and in this case for Canarias, we had Hermes project. We provide you information about time applicability, type of planned works, and also expected impact. This day we had many regulations and scenarios. I will not go through all of them, but once we finish this section, we are coming to military section, where we try to give you information about upcoming military activities. We try to give information about areas affected, time applicability, measures if available, and also possible reroutings to avoid the area if it's shared with us. After this, we have information concerning North Atlantic traffic. We share with you published tracks and also entry points into the European airspace. Our network plan is always finished with the weather assessment, and during summer we also have a cross-border weather advisory, and we have cross-border connection forecast split in 5 periods, but it will be explained by my colleague Victoria as it's part of summer procedures. And after that, we have weather assessment information provided by our AOLO. We have split by en route, airports, and they try to provide you information on forecast weather problems, you know, for airports, for example, starting with ICAO 4-letter code, then period, and ending with weather phenomena forecast. That's all for the plan. And if you have any questions, feedback, or any information you want to share with us, you can do it after my colleague Victoria finish, or you can approach me or anybody from NMOC team today or in the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jelena. So we got an overview there of our initial network plan and what is published. Please, I know there's a couple of questions already in the QR thing. I can't remember what it's actually called, but on our computer. If you wouldn't mind just keeping your powder dry for the moment, note your questions down, and we'll do a session very shortly. I'm now going to introduce Victoria, who's going to give us a bit more of a detail on our pre-tactical planning. Victoria, over to you.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, everyone. I'll talk about our Summer 25 measures that we have already presented in several occasions, such as ODSG, NetOps, the Summer 25 measure meeting on 20th of February. But this part of presentation will be a little bit more based on the technical part of it, and also what is impact on you. So for the Summer 25, we have developed so-called capacity and weather-based operations. Today I'll talk a little bit about the Med Specialist, which is a new role in the NMOC. I'll give you a little bit of background why such role was introduced, and it will start in Summer 25. What are our objectives for Summer 25? The network scenarios, or Romeo-November scenarios, as initially introduced by Jelena, and here we will talk about definition, how we came with the concept, and how we define such scenarios, what will be the triggers to apply these scenarios, practical examples, which I think is very important for you to understand what is the concept, how it's going to be done, and what is the impact on you. And finally, the information dissemination, how you will get to know when these Romeo-November scenarios are applied. Med Specialist, as I said, starting with Summer 25, we will have a new role within the NMOC. First of all, there is a legal background for that. Network Function Implementing Rule, Article 7, specifically indicates such role in the NMOC. Additionally, in the Network Strategy Plan, we have a network objective, number 4, again talking about this specific rule. And finally, there was an NMB decision to implement such a role in the NMOC. But what is more important, evidently, is the operations. So why do we need such role in the NMOC? First of all, because we see that we need to understand the adverse weather impact on the ATFM. It is also evident that convective weather starts earlier and also lasts for the longer, and impact is much more adverse comparing to the years ago. And finally, we need to have some sort of network-centric approach, meaning there is a need to have a very good analysis of the weather phenomena to understand the impact assessment, to understand the impact on the ATFM, and to have a follow-up of this adverse weather. So these are the main ideas or requirements to have this role within the NMOC. Let's talk a little bit about the objectives. So as an NMOC for Summer 25, we also have certain objectives in place, meaning what I have mentioned previously, we need to have weather expertise in the NMOC. So I was mentioning previously, we need to understand the adverse weather impact on the NMOC, and the Met experts will provide us with the frequent updates. They will consolidate various forecasts, so us as operational specialists, we can understand better what is the weather impact on the ATFM. Evidently, we cannot look into weather in isolation. Weather very often comes with the demand capacity imbalances. For that, we need to have a network-centric approach and to look into these elements together. There will be also days when we don't have weather, so until now, we will be looking into the network bottlenecks and in close coordination with our stakeholders, with FMPs. And finally, during the winter season, as NMOC, we looked into what happened during the 2024 and developed a set of measures addressing both weather and demand capacity imbalances. I'll talk a little bit more about that later on. And what we are expecting for during the summer 25, first, enhanced safety. In close coordination with Met specialists, FMPs, our main goal is to ensure safety, meaning what Jelena has mentioned, a lot of work will be done on day -1, giving time for you to look into our initial network plan and to react. Because the other alternative is we wait for day 0, and you know how summer 24 looked like. Second benefit is the reduced delays. It's been proven that sometimes by moving 4 to 5 flights from the congested or weather-impacted area, we can save up to 25% of overall delays. So this is another expected benefit that we keep in mind. And network stability, perhaps it's one of the most important elements. Again, here we have 2 options. We are reactive, we wait for day 0, and you know how situation goes. We have weather, regulations are applied last minute, and you have to refile in order to avoid high delays. Another alternative, we do everything on day -1. We do close coordination with Met specialists, with FMPs, and we try to be proactive in order to mitigate issues mentioned before. Network scenarios, the definition. So first of all, it's what Jelena mentioned. Until now, we had 2 types of the scenarios, Foxtrot Lima for the level caps and Romeo for reroutings. This year, we are coming with a new concept called rerouting network, Romeo November scenarios. And the idea is what I have mentioned previously, to be network-centric, to look into a whole network as such, and to see where weather occurs. These scenarios are based very much on the experience that we had during the summer 24, and is focused on 2 axes, namely southwest and southeast axis. So what I have mentioned, and I will show you a couple of examples, these scenarios are entirely based on the city pair statistics, meaning we looked into the 2024 traffic and analyzed what are the city pairs flown. So these scenarios are very much based on the city pair statistics. We're not coming with some crazy ideas. I would like to highlight several times, these are really based on the city pair statistics. Second item, how these scenarios were defined. These scenarios are addressing several reference locations or several airspaces, because the idea is not to move traffic away 4 or 6 nautical miles. It's where the capacity issues occur, because all aircraft operators are avoiding weather, and we are entering the capacity saturated airspace. So essentially, the regulations are applied due to capacity. So the idea is to move flights further, preferably into another FMP or another ACC. Like this, we can ensure the network stability. And third element is limited flights that we will be shifting. So the idea is to move around 4 to 7 flights an hour. Like this, we can ensure that the area that is affected by the weather even with the reduced capacity, is maintained under control, and also we prevent late-minute regulations due to capacity. What I have emphasized, and here's a practical example. So these scenarios are entirely based on the city pairs that were flown in 24. In this particular example is Malaga to Frankfurt. It was flown 107 times last year. And if you look, the overall length is 14 nautical miles longer comparing to the mostly flown route that is normally via Marseille airspace. So when we were creating these scenarios, we also wanted to ensure that there's no major impact on you. So that the extra mileage was always kept in mind. Triggers. So as I said, we will be focusing a lot on the adverse weather during the D-1. And here we have defined specific triggers. First of all, it will be trigger 1 when we see in the weather forecast red and purple polygons, meaning adverse weather in a specific time period. Once these polygons are identified, we will have a discussion with our Met specialists that will be within the NMOC. And in this case, we will be applying the Romeo-November scenarios, and where applicable, relaxing some pre-agreed RADs in order to give you additional rerouting options. Second trigger is bad weather and capacity shortfall, meaning in this particular case, we will be focusing on the orange polygon. Similarly as trigger 1, we will be looking into the polygons. This will be followed by the coordination with the Met specialists. And in addition, we will be looking into demand capacity imbalance, which is 15% or more, and it has to be identified by either us or the FMP. Same as the trigger 1, we will be applying the Romeo-November scenario, and where possible, relaxing certain pre-agreed RADs. And trigger 3 is entirely based on the capacity, demand capacity imbalance of 20 and more %. And in this particular case, we will do a close coordination with the affected FMPs, proposing them a set of measures how to offload the congested area. In order for you to have a better understanding how it will look like, I'll show you a couple of practical examples. And as emphasized several times, all this is based on the patterns that we had during the summer 2024. So in this case, we have some red polygons in the Balkan area on the southeast axis, and it's mainly between 12 and 1500. In this particular case, we would be applying one of the Romeo-November scenarios, offloading the red polygon, moving traffic into Italian airspace. And again, this is based on the routes that were flown in 2024. We have another situation on the southwest axis, some convective weather in Marseille and Reims airspaces. You see red and purple polygons. In this particular case, we would be applying several scenarios because of the limited capture. For instance, in this image, you see that here there are approximately 3 flights that were moved. So in this particular case, we would be applying in parallel another scenario of loading the convective area. And yes, that's it. And finally, I'll go back to my third example. We have convective weather in Marseille and Bordeaux areas. And in this case, again, we're applying a scenario moving traffic into Brest area, offloading the convective weather. In terms of information dissemination, we were thinking what is the best way to reach you out so that you're fully aware of the situation, which scenarios have been applied, and in case we have disabled some pre-agreed RADs. And decision was made to use various channels. First, the information will be published on the NOP portal, both pre-tactically and tactically. What Yelena has mentioned, information will be available in the IMP. So normally it can be found on the network summary, on the scenario application and RAD relaxation. And lastly, if you prefer, we can also send you an email so that you clearly see which RAD scenarios are applied or RADs disabled. Coming back to the NOP portal, I don't know if you are aware of the option. If you subscribe, also you receive the email notification, so it's the most up-to-date information you have also in your email box. And that's about it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Jelena. Thank you very much, Victoria. What I think would be a good idea now, because there's quite a lot of information to take in there, and we do have some questions in the on the computer. So I'd like to take a quick break now to do a Q&A session for a few minutes before we introduce the last part of our demonstration. So I'm going to ask, well, in fact, I've got a couple of questions here. There was one question here about the initial network plan, what is meant by a hotspot. But I think Jelena, you did explain a hotspot, but it would be a good idea if you could just give us a little bit more depth on that one, if you don't mind.
Okay, yes, sure. As already explained, in case that we don't have any pre-tactical regulation or scenario applied, however, due to high demand, forecast weather, planned works, there is high probability that this airspace or airport will be regulated on the day of operation. We want to give you a heads up and inform you about possible bottleneck on the day of operation. So nothing confirmed, but there is high probability that it will result in a regulation.
Okay, thank you, Jelena. So based on that, the people in this room being flight dispatchers mainly, would you expect any action from a dispatcher or an aircraft operator regarding a hotspot?
Yes, and according to the feedback we have received from some of the major airlines, they're actually taking this information into consideration pre-tactically, and then they're looking for alternative options to be ready, to be prepared in case hotspot materializes and it affects their flights.
Thanks, Jelena. Thank you very much indeed. Does anybody in the room have any comments, anything that they would like to add to, particularly as part of the INP or our pre-tactical planning? I'm not seeing any hands up at the moment. Yes, a gentleman over there.
Good morning, all. Just a quick question regarding the RN regulations. You mentioned that some flights will be rerouted. What are the conditions that you need for those flights to be rerouted? Are you going to take the shorter flights? Are you going to take flights that are going to have less cost on the fuel or on overflying?
Can I ask Victoria, can you address that, please?
So basically it will work as the current traditional scenarios, Romeo or Lima, Foxtrot Lima. The idea, basically we will apply a zero rate on a reference location, and essentially it is up to you to reroute. At this moment we're not imposing any specific rerouting options. And it's your rerouting options evidently will be based on the available route options, restrictions that are in place, and obviously weather.
Thank you, Victoria. Jelena, would you like to add to that?
Okay, just to add that all these scenarios are already predefined, created, so we are not deciding on the day of operation. And you can find all Roman November scenarios on the NOP portal. Under ATC measure scenarios part, if you query Roman November start, you will have all Roman November measures, and there you can check flows impacted.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any? I mean, this for me is for this summer. This is a little bit more of we're now introducing these scenarios to avoid weather. So there is a little bit more workload from your perspective. So I'd like you to think about what that may have an impact on your operation, so that if there are any questions there, we can clarify any answers for you. Please stick your hands up. But in the meantime, I'm going to ask either Chris or Boris if there's something online that we can...
Yeah, we have some questions online. Just before that, I would like to highlight that all the slides and the demonstrations will be published online after the event. Even the recordings will be available. We got a question about that, so it's of a technical nature. And one more point, during our today's demonstration, we are using a non-op system, so it's a test system. The flight plans you see inside not necessarily are reflecting the real situation. This is only for the demo purposes, so don't be surprised if you see some flight plan you haven't filed this morning, please.
Indeed, indeed. We are not messing with live traffic. I think that's important. Okay, in terms of questions, what do we have?
Yeah, question on the cross-border weather alternative routings. Can there be a shortcut link to explain what the summer RADs in depth explain and mean?
So can I ask either Monique or Jelena to answer that one? Jelena's going to give that one a go. Okay.
Okay. For summer pre-agreed RAD, we have a set of newly introduced RAD restriction aiming to solve complexity and capacity issues in the network. For some of these measures, we have a pre-agreement with FMP's concern that we can relax this measure in case of bad weather, to provide more options for aircraft operators to file and to avoid concerned areas. But it works completely the same as all other RAD restrictions. So if you're caught by RAD, then your flight plan will be invalidated and you will have to refile. In case we leave the RAD, this option is available to you and you can route by that. Is it clear now?
Thank you. I'll come back to Martin in a second. Can I just, pardon? Oh, it was your question, was it, Martin? In that case, I will hand back to you, Martin.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Basically, the dynamic RAD, when they're lifted, it's only saying specific RAD measure is not active. Is it possible that you have a link or shortcut to the explanation of this RAD? Because due to the amount of RAD, and I don't know if everybody in the room can find the RAD and know all the RADs by heart. I think you can be very active, about more than 3,000 RADs.
There will be a test later.
Yeah.
So,
so it would be nice if in the initial network plan there's an explanation what kind of RAD is suddenly active or is deactivated.
I believe there is actually published on the NOT portal, but I'll come to René. Can I ask you to answer that?
So yeah, thanks Martin for the question. So when we apply those measures, so either the scenario or lifting the RAD, we will do a headline news and we will give you even a visualization to that on top. But we're talking about roughly 70 NM RAD measures. Out of those, we have pre-selected like 26. So this is a number that is, seems to be manageable. And out of those 26 on a daily basis, we intend to lift a couple at maximum. But yes, this will be published accordingly.
Thank you, René. I think it's also important to note that although we do relax RADs at various points, when it comes to weather, this is the first time we've done this. This is something that we will analyse post-operatively after the summer to see how successful it's been. Your feedback to through your chain is extremely important because, of course, you are the guys that are going to be having to deal with this on a daily basis. So it is important. I see a finger from Andy pointing. Gentleman at the back. Thank you very much.
Hello. Could you please explain how you predict traffic demand on pre-tactical stage if great number of flight plans are filled in the day of flight? I mean, 6 hours before flight.
So if I've understood correctly, the question is, what do we use to predict the demand on day -1 for the day of operation? I think, Jelena, if I can ask you to answer that.
Yes, as already explained, traffic demand forecast is based on historical flight plans, and usually it is traffic from week before, same day week before. In case of major strikes or network disruptions, we change this day to have the one representing the day for which we are preparing. And in addition to this, this is further enhanced with flight intentions coming from two sources. One is airport slot data for coordinated airports in Europe, and in addition to that, we also have airlines data, again coming from two sources. One is from Innovata, and which is a worldwide database covering 99% of scheduled operations. And in addition to that, we also have a group of airlines volunteers who are sharing their schedules with us, and we take all of this into consideration. In NM, in addition to traffic demand forecast, we also have various dashboards with the traffic trends and patterns. So we use all this information together in addition to information we receive with FMPs.
Thank you, Jelena. Does that answer the question? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions at the moment? Because there are a couple online, but Andy wanted to demonstrate something. But if there are any other questions at the moment, please feel free, put them online. We will address them, even if we don't address them in this session, because I'll have to close this off in a few minutes to introduce the next demonstration. We do have a session later on this afternoon for an hour, if my voice holds out, to address anything that's left over. So please don't feel that it's not going to be addressed. We will do our best to make sure. Andy, I'm going to hand over to you now.
Okay. So three things. Firstly, I want to clarify what I said earlier about the phase out of the NOC portal and the CHMI. When I mentioned from 6 months to 2 years, that start date of that 6 months to 2 years is when we release the next version of the NMUI flight in November. So it's not 6 months from now. It's into 2026 through probably closer to the end of 2027. Second point was there was a question about a training platform for you to use to play, to test, to deliver training without potentially impacting ops flights by using the ops platform. As Boris said, we are using a ops test platform, but in fact it is our training platform that is available today to all of you using your current token access. If you have the correct URL for this training platform, you can go to it and play, do whatever you want with your flights without impacting anything in operations. And within the next couple of months, we hope to have a similar platform with the first version of the new NMUI interface also being delivered through a new URL. But we will talk later this afternoon more about that because it has a different access policy, which I will briefly mention later this afternoon. And just to go back to Jelena's point that you need to, in some circumstances, send an FCM, a flight confirmation message. I just want to demonstrate how here I've set up a non-normal situation for me is I want to know when flights are suspended. I want to be able to easily identify them. In this case, I've set up my personal alerts to tell me in this little box at the top, tell me when any flights are suspended. I've also, if I scroll down, set another alert to say when they are suspended, give me a big highlight in the flight, in the row. But also there's a mechanism, if I have information in this focus alert, if I just click on it, it takes all of those suspended flights, copies them the top of the page, and I can look at them all together rather than searching through a large number of flights. And I also mentioned earlier that we not only identify the non-normal situation, the problem case, we try to help you solve the problem. And the way we do this is I'll take a, don't worry, Martin, this is not in ops. You haven't got that many suspended flights in ops, it's okay. So, so what we do in the tool is, depending on the status of the flight, when you open this second glance of the flight, we call it, the action buttons that are there change depending on the circumstance, the status of your flight. So in this case, this is a flight that requires a flight confirmation, so directly the action to send a flight confirmation message is shown in the second glance. You click on it. In this case, if you potentially you need to give, it's been suspended because there's no RVR value in the flight plan, you can give your RVR value. If that's necessary, send it. If you don't, if it's just a pure flight confirmation, you don't need to fill that in. You just send the message, and the flight will become desuspended directly. So this is just an example of how we try to identify and give you as much information as possible about the situation, that if you hover over the status, which already tells you it's FCM is mandatory, and then the tooltip gives you even a little bit more information in some cases. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy, for that. So there was one question that I had here from about how would one recognize if one was caught in a scenario. So you get suspended, and then you would, in this case, you would not normally do a flight confirmation, but then you would have to reroute, and you can use the information that Victoria presented there to see what the possible alternatives are, at least in terms of visualizing it and such like. What I was going to ask is, are there any more questions on the computer at the moment? Can I get a couple more?
Yep. Sometimes it's challenging understanding sector names. For example, the K4 sector, the SAL sector. Is there any way of quick reference to these? So basically, I know I brought this up before, is that you can use the reference that you can plot on a map on CHMI or NMP in the future. So the reference for K4 sector is actually what you plot with.
So certainly the naming conventions of sectors is extremely complex, and there isn't a uniform one throughout Europe, which is an issue. Even within NMOC, I think sometimes it's an issue. But you can plot using the reference location, that's correct. But then it needs to have the reference location. Is there any other way, if I'm looking at my colleagues, that we can assist and help? It is complex, and it does make it difficult. I'm looking there. I don't think there is actually, is there? There isn't a list available of all of the sectors and such like, but it's more about visualizing it that the problem is. At the moment, I don't think there is, other than you need to have the reference location, and then you can plot it on the map.
And also, what we provide below regulation ID, there is also protected location description, where you have more information which sector or airdrome is affected, and also in case of sector you also have a level. That's what's available in the IMP. However, at the moment from the IMP directly, it's only possible to open scenario definition, but not regulation.
Okay, thank you. I don't know whether that answers the question, Chris, but...
I think the question was more, how do you identify it within the systems when it just says K4? It doesn't say the reference that you plot to show the area.
So but again, we would need to then put the reference location with every single regulation. So that's something that we can maybe look into in the future. I would just say, just opening it up to the floor a little wider here, just maybe a show of hands or whatever. Is this an issue? Because, you know, is it a difficult thing? Do people know when they see a regulation, do they actually know where the bloody hell that regulation is in the network? Is that a problem for people? Just, if it is, can I see a show of hands? Or if it isn't, then okay. Yep, little bit, yeah, sort of. Come on. Okay, so it's an issue, maybe not a major issue. I think those dispatchers that are more familiar with the European network probably get used to the ones that affect their particular routes and etc. But it is certainly something that recurs occasionally as we get new people operating. So it's something that we will take account of. Chris, are there any other questions? Can you put your microphone on, Chris?
With regards to the IMP, how do you interpret delays for planning purposes? Let's say arrival to Heathrow is expected low to moderate delays on arrival due to weather. How do we interpret how much holding fuel is needed? Does delays mean up to 5 to 10 minutes? Does moderate mean 15 to 20 minutes? So from a holding perspective fuel, what does a delay mean? Low or moderate?
Go on. Which one of you is going to take it? Go on. Yeah, Rene.
I think I need to clarify something, because the delay that we predict here in our plans, that is the calculated takeoff time. So rather than holding in the air, we give you a delay, and you are holding on the ground to avoiding this holding in the air. So in terms of holding fuel, this is not, there is no correlation between the delay that we mean.
But then I think the question is, do we publish or can we publish predicted holding at Heathrow for weather? Because we all know that Heathrow puts weather regulation on, but you still end up in a hold.
Can I just add something to that as well? Because forgetting about the holding fuel part, I think it's a common question, like a hotspot. Moderate delays, is it something I should be looking at to start thinking of a rerouting in the future? It really is. We've been asked a lot to give some sort of value to what light or moderate means.
Is there, can we answer that in terms of, is there a set of figures that are attached to that?
Okay, if you refer to low delays, it means less than 15 minutes. If you say high delays, it's more than 45 minutes per flight affected. In IMP, we don't provide exact numbers, because first it's difficult to predict, and also aircraft operators react to it. So for example, if you see that you have high delay, most of airlines refile, and that's why our initial figure is much higher than the final of the day operation, because the network is very dynamic and aircraft operators react to the situation.
And I think that's a very comprehensive answer to it. It is, as you're well aware, it's a very dynamic situation. And if we were to say something at day -1, it's going to bear very little correlation to the amount of delay potentially on the day. But I think it's a very good point to note that this is something that aircraft operators, it seems, and flight dispatchers would like. More information on that. What I would suggest we do now, there are still some questions in the bank here. I'm going to close this one off at the moment. I've just got one other question that has come up, which is the initial network plan ever updated? It's an initial network plan. Is it updated, and when is it released? Because there's a bit of confusion here. It says, is it 1700 local? Is it 1700 Zulu? Is it 1600? So would you mind just giving us a couple of minutes on that, and then we'll close this one off.
Initial network plan as a document is published at 1600 UTC winter time and 1 hour earlier during summer. And as an initial network plan as a document, we only publish it at that time, and we do not update it any further. However, all measures, regulations, scenarios, updates to the network are available to you, and you see it in the live system.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jelena. Okay, so that, I think we can wrap that up now for the moment. As I say, the questions won't get lost, so we can address them later on this afternoon if we wish, and if we in the question and answer session there. So what I'd like to do now is introduce Andrea. Andrea is going to give us an update, an overview on flight planning related activities. That was quite simple. So Andrea, I'm going to hand over to Andrea now. And again, we've got about an hour before lunch. So Andrea will give her demonstration, her presentation, assisted by various colleagues. And then we'll have another Q&A. So again, if something pops into your head while Andrea or her colleagues are doing their demonstration, please put it on the QR or note it down and ask afterwards so that we can ensure that we address it. And over to you, Andrea.
Thank you very much. I am Andrea. I'm part of the flight planning team here at EUROCONTROL, and along with Mark. Later on, we will be available in the lobby to answer any questions related to flight planning. How do you flight plan? How do you find proposed routes, etc. Today, I'm here in front of the system. It's a test system, but I have already set up a couple of things to be able to show you how to delay your flight plans, send a change message, cancel, refile, as well as find solutions to your rejected flight plans or solutions when your flight plans are being suspended for revalidation purposes. Now, here I have my list saved with departures from Heathrow because I would like to show you a couple of things. First of all, changes to your flight can happen only if the flight plan is in the filed status. So when we're talking about the status, for example, this one is off blocks. Being a CDM airport, the tower or the ground handling agent will be amending the status. Once it's off blocks, or for example, let's see what, 925, yeah. This one is already airborne. So as soon as these two statuses come up on your list, then there's no further changes that could be done to your flight plan from the system. Let's choose, let's see, 1120, that's probably 1200. Let's have a look. Filed. Okay, so we can take this flight plan and send a delay message, for example. So it's supposed to depart at 1200. Let's have a look. 1230. Send. Okay. Now I'll just refresh my page. Okay. Now let's... No, that still didn't work. Okay, let's try again. Oh no, current, it did work. So, for example, here we can see the current EOBT 1230. It's still showing me 1200. So I'll just refresh now again. And unfortunately, this is a test system. Let's pick another one and hopefully it works. We saw the change there. It definitely said the new EOBT. So let's try one that's a bit later. Okay, 1320, send 1400. Okay.
Scroll down, it's there.
So the current EOBT is showing 1400, but for some reason our list is not updating it. Apologies for that. It does work, basically. We can see the current EOBT. I'll just do. Okay, I will move on from here. I will take the same flight plan though, and I will open it in the flight management tool. And from here, I'll just minimize the map for now. So here is the flight plan for 1400. And what I will do now, I'll send a simple change message. For example, it's a change of registration. There we go, registration. Validate, the flight plan is valid. Send change message. Now here I'll make a short stop. I will send a change message. My colleagues later on will talk about how to apply reroute. So if you're making changes to avoid a regulation, for now this is a simple change message. Flight plan, yes. Okay. Now we can see here the flight plan has been acknowledged and the change has been sent. So let's close this and refresh. And we can see here already the change in registration. So the change has gone through. Now, if we take the same flight plan, what I'm demonstrating now, I'm going to cancel the flight plan and refile it. For testing purposes, I'm going to refile the exact same flight plan. In real-life operation, you're refiling because you want to change an EOBT or you want to send some major changes for your flight plan. So cancel the flight plan. Yes, cancel it. Okay. Now, flight management editor again. Okay. Validate the flight plan. Flight plan is valid, and I will file it to IFPS. Yes. Again, the acknowledgement message is already here, and the flight plan would be in the system. Now, a quick note here. Based on the profile of your flight plan, EUROCONTROL will send your flight plan to all airspaces concerned. So if you are filing outside of EUROCONTROL for flight plans coming in or out of EUROCONTROL area, then we will only address the ATC units that are part of EUROCONTROL area. Very similarly, if you're filing VFR and IFR mixed flights, EUROCONTROL will only check the IFR parts of your flight plans, and those are the only ATC units that we will be addressing. So if you would like to address any other airports ATC units, for example, for the VFR parts, you will need to do it from your flight planning system or even from here by putting an AD line, a supplementary address line. Now, that being said, this is how you cancel and refile your flight plan. What I would like to discuss now is reject messages. So for this purpose, let's go to IFPS flight query. Now, here, I do have an example of a flight plan that was rejected that I would like to show you, but first of all, before I do that, you have here options to select rejected or suspended flight plans or any. So basically, you just use your airline and then select rejected query, and then here you will have a list of all the rejection messages you have received for your organization, and you can action them directly from here. For the purpose of this exercise, I have created a flight plan that was rejected just because it's easier for me to show you proposed routes and any other options. So, here we go, aircraft ID. Okay, here we go. So it's the flight on the 18th, that's today, and this was rejected. So click on it. Now here, you have recreate flight plan in free text editor. Before I do that, this would be the message that you would receive in your organization. So this is the actual rejected message. And here you have a possible route for your flight. So in most cases, a reject will give you a solution. Obviously, you will have to take it up into your flight planning system, run the flight plan, and see if it's a suitable solution for you. Now, let's say I don't have a post route in here. I don't have a possible route in here. Recreate flight plan in free text editor. Here we go. So we've got here the error. It's a route error, a direct, which is not valid. Now, let's go to proposed route. Here are a couple of options that you can do. You can just click on proposed route, and the system will build you a proposed route based on the flight plan that was rejected. So it would more or less try and find the same flight level, the same trajectory as the rejected flight plan. So your first action should be just propose route and see what it gives you. In most of the cases, the system will be able to find something for you. The other option is show full route catalog. This show full route catalog will show you every route for this particular city pair that was filed by any airlines in that ERAC cycle. So it won't necessarily give you a valid route, but it will give you the points and the airways that have been used previously. You will obviously have to work a bit then with the flight levels, make sure they're valid on the day of operations. Now, in this particular case, I already have some proposed routes, so I'll just maximize the map. The blue one is the route that was rejected. The green one are the proposed routes. So you can have a quick visual and see exactly how the route will look. After that, you have the routes available in this post routes in here. Now, here, copy FC15, copy field 15. This is the way you can copy this particular route that's available in the route proposal. You can copy it from the NMP into your flight planning system and then calculate it from there to get the actual fuel figures and everything you will need for your flight. What I'm going to do now, I'm not going to use copy field 15. I'm just going to do validate because I wanted to validate this flight plan in this system first. Validate. So now my flight plan is valid. Now here, I'll go a bit into route proposal criteria. We get a lot of phone calls from smaller operators that say, no, I want to avoid Switzerland for permit reasons or anything like that. Or people that are flying VFR and they need just short portions of IFR. For example, here, you can do avoid airspace. Okay, in this case, I'll take Switzerland. So I want a proposed route for the same city pair, avoiding Switzerland altogether. Okay. And hopefully the system will find something. Obviously, because you're inputting things you would like to avoid or inputting things that you would like to do, the system will take a bit longer to find solution. And while it's finding that, again, with the airlines flying outside the Eurocontrol zone as well, what the system does, the system freezes the point of entry or exit out of Eurocontrol area. So it will only find you proposed routes from that point towards your destination, if your destination is in Eurocontrol area, or from your departure towards that point. So in some cases, we get phone calls saying, I wasn't able to find the proposed route. The option might be changing your entry or exit point. So this is something to be aware when you're using proposed routes. In this case, it found routes avoiding Switzerland altogether. The information of all the figures will be presented later on, but this is a visual on how you can find solution to your flight planning needs, route needs. Minimize map. Okay, so validate. So you've got the valid flight plan now. The only thing left to do is file it to IFPS. Are you sure you filed? Yes. There we go. And again, we have the acknowledgement message, so the message was now filed to IFPS. So we've kind of dealt now with the rejected message. What I would like to show you as well is how to check the reason for a flight plan that was suspended for revalidation purposes. We work in a very dynamic environment. The European airspace use plan is published 1 day in advance, informing you of all the military exercises, military training areas being active. On the day of operations, those timings, flight levels, anything can change in there. Therefore, although your flight plan was valid when you filed it, your flight plan might not be valid 3 hours before your EOBT. The system does a check every 30 minutes from EOBT minus 12 to EOBT. So from the moment you file it, in most cases, to your EOBT, the system rechecks your route against the new environment that's available. In most cases, your flight plans will go through all right. In some cases, your flight plan will be suspended because of those changes. So let's have a look. In this case, I'll just get a suspended list. Yeah, won't be registered here. Okay. So I'll show you the real suspension first. No, I'm wrong. OL3. I think that one, yeah, query. Okay, this flight plan was suspended, and we can see here clearly suspended. If you click on it, okay, reval suspended, we have the message here. And this is the message you would be receiving telling you your flight plan was suspended. And here, again, you do have a proposed route for your flight plan. So in some cases, the message will contain a route proposal, will contain a solution for your flight plan. What I'm going to do, I'm going to query it. Okay, flight plan, flight management. So we're taking almost the same steps like for a rejected flight plan. Okay. So this will be the error. In this case, we know this airspace was closed. So what I'm going to do, minimize first, is the exact same thing. First thing will be proposed route and see what the system comes up with. In most cases, the first option that the system will give you is going to be the same option that was in the route proposal in the message you have received. If that doesn't work, if the route proposal doesn't work, what you can do is take everything out of the route, leave just the first part in there with the speed and flight level, and a direct. Basically, that tells the system, just give me anything. I'm out of option, give me any route that's valid that I can use. In this case, the system did find option, and I'll put the map back on. Again, the blue one is what we were originally filing. The other options are available in the system to your destination. Again, these are proposed routes. This is something that the system has seen. In the end, it is the responsibility of the dispatcher to take up the proposed route and see if it's suitable for their airline, if it's suitable for the aircraft, if it's suitable for the type of flying that you're doing. That's why you have more than one proposal in most cases. You can choose what's best for you. That being said, so this is the flight suspension. I will select, I'll take the first one, validate. Flight plan is valid. Okay, and now I can go send change message. That means I'm changing my flight plan directly in the EUROCONTROL system. What most of you would probably do with, you would take the route, copy it into flight planning system and send the change message from there, but it is available from here as well. I'm just going to send change message now. Yes. And then we will see the flight plan was dissuspended. Okay. Flight details, file flight plan. So it's no longer suspended. What I'm going to show you now, it's for mostly general aviation and companies flying from out Eurocontrol area. The revalidation process works in two ways. It suspends your flight plan or it sends you an advisory message. The advisory message is if this change to the environment happens EOBT minus 1 hour to your EOBT, we will not suspend your flight plan. We will send you a message, this has happened in the environment, these are the repercussions, you should look at changing your message. Other flights which will get this advisory message would be special status flight, medevac, hospital flights, SSR. Again, they're special flights for a reason. They would not be suspended straight away. They will also get a message saying this has happened in the environment. You can take a decision on what you would like to proceed. Flights coming in from outside Eurocontrol area, again, they will not be suspended. They will receive an advisory message. And I'm going to show you now how that looks like. Okay. So this is a flight plan. We can see advisory here. So it's not suspended, it's just advisory. Hospital. And so this was the initial message. And this is the message you would receive. Your flight plan has failed IFPS revalidation. If no reroute is filed, expect a significant operational penalty. And this is below is just the flight plan you filed and the error for which you have received the message. So again, you have the information available. As a dispatcher, you can take the decision to reroute the flight plan or take extra fuel. Again, it would be your decision. That being said, I have finished my presentation, so if there are any questions, I'm more than happy to answer. My colleague Mark is also here or later on as well.
Just a second.
Yes, of course.
What happens with this bit here?
I thought this is not.
Oh, you're not doing it.
Thank you very much, Andrea. I think that was quite a comprehensive presentation there, but there was an awful lot of information to take in, quite frankly. I'll admit to being out of my depth on this one. I'm not a flight planning expert, but I know we have quite a few questions online. We have about half an hour to lunch, so I think we should use that time as productively as possible. Gentleman over here, you have a question.
Good morning. Just a question, such advisory message, how they are visualized on the first glance of the NMP Flight?
Andrea, can you answer that? Oh, Andy's going to answer that one. Thank you.
Sadly, they are not visualized at the moment because the first glance, the main flight list, and the second glance of that is a visualization of our flow management unit. And when a flight is suspended, both of our flight planning, for revalidation, our flight planning system and our flow management system both know about it. So you will see the suspended flight in that case, but the advisory never gets passed from our flight planning system to our flow management system, so it is invisible in that flight list. And another limitation is that it is not a structured message, like a suspension has an FLS message, which flight planning systems can ingest because it has a defined title in our format agreements, where the advisory doesn't. The good news is that in November, we are putting our flight planning system and flow management system together in one system where we will industrialize advisory, so it is structured and used for more cases. For example, potentially Today, if we have a zero rate regulation, for example, an airport has closed and it's going to be closed for a long time, we zero rate it. But any flights taking off from outside of the area of Eurocontrol don't get informed of that, because it's not suspended, because it's out of area, so they don't know about it unless they read it in headline news or other media. In the cases of Brussels airport bomb going off, it took a while to filter through till we could get the airport closed with a RAD. But in the future, we will most likely use the advisory formatted message to inform out of area OCCs about such cases where today we can't do that.
Thanks, Andy. Does that answer the question, sir? Good, thank you. Just for those people on the back row there that don't have access to a microphone, I've got a spare one here, so you've got no excuse. If you want to ask a question, I can easily get to you. There are three questions behind you, Andrea, so you might want to do a quick 180. You have a gentleman over here, first of all.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Andrea, for demonstrating the Avoid Airspace tool. That's going to be extremely useful for us over in the States. I do have a question, because you demonstrated that you have to type in just the 2 letters. Is it possible to take on 4? Because I know using the NatBlue flight planning tool, it usually shows us 4 for each flight information boundary.
Absolutely. Let's go back. Actually, I'll take this one. Okay, flight management tool. The short answer is yes. I was hoping I could.
Those are the answers we like the best, yeah.
But it's here. So I'll type the first 2, LS. If you wait a couple of seconds, it will give you a full list of airspaces that are part of that bigger airspace. So you, as long as it's in the database as being a sector, you'd be able to put it in here. And again, if you wait a couple of seconds, then it will even give you a list of them, so you can choose from there.
Okay.
And I do have a follow-up
Follow-up question, sir. Go on. Okay, there's no question.
Yeah, a follow-up to that. Can you do multiple areas
Yes.
within the same?
Absolutely. Okay. So let's choose 1, Lima Sierra, 2. So you can put multiple ones. Absolutely. They don't, I mean, just for this purpose, I've used the same country as an airspace, but you can use multiple countries and multiple airspace in different countries. The only thing I would slightly advise you to be aware is the more things you want to avoid or the more things you want to do, the system will have difficulties in finding a solution for you. It might be something simple and it will find it, but at the same time be aware it might take slightly longer. So let it finish calculating.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll come to you in a second. I've got a question over here, a gentleman in the white shirt, and then I'll come to you, sir.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Michael from Lufthansa, and I have 2 questions, actually, maybe a bit on the naive side. The first question is, when delaying a flight plan through the NMP portal, does it just delay the flight plan within the Eurocontrol AF10 addresses, or does it also forward the delay to AF10 addresses that are outside of the European airspace?
Yeah. Depending on how you filed it originally, if you have already filed it only with Eurocontrol address, and you haven't filed an AD line saying you want Eurocontrol to send your flight plan to this addresses outside Eurocontrol area, so if the AD line is there,
then it will.
We'll send it.
Oh, okay.
If it's not there, then we'll only send it within the Eurocontrol area of...
Okay. Okay, excellent. That was my first question. And the second question...
Follow up?
Sorry?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
follow
the
up.
second question, I'm not sure if this is the right place to ask it, but regarding the revalidation checks and so on, let's say hypothetical scenario, you have a flight plan filed and it has only a EUBT validity of, let's say, 3 minutes.
Right.
But if I then want to get a reroute proposal for that one for the current EUBT, it gives me a crazy reroute, which is a long way around. But if I have now a 5-minute delay, let's say, so beyond that 3-minute revalidation, it gives me a nice direct route, but it's not valid for the original UBT. So basically, we're stuck in this gray area that if we go on time, we're fine, but if we're 5 minutes late, my original route doesn't work, but the new route doesn't work with my current time, and that leads to delay because we would have to update our crews on a very short notice that, okay, you have a reroute, there's a new flight plan coming in. Is there a life hack, so to say, to deal with situations like this that maybe me and my colleagues are not aware of?
What I would say, first of all, the short validity is, and then route proposal. If you get a really weird route proposal, it goes all over the place. Take everything from your route out.
Okay.
Except the flight level and the speed.
Okay.
And put the direct. And see what it gives you. So I'm not going to touch the UBT validity right now. I'm just touching the crazy route proposal.
Okay.
It does happen at the beginning of an era. But sometimes. So one way is take out everything in there. Take the EETs in field 18 out as well. Okay. So take anything that could build a profile for your flight plan.
Okay.
Take it out. Let the system try and find you something. If it still gives you a route that you would consider unsuitable, take that route and do another route, proposed route for it.
Okay.
And then you might get something better. Once you get something slightly better, take that route and do another route proposal to your route. This is, it's just getting to something that's suitable for you. So don't just do one route proposal. Take the bad route. Do another route proposal to it. See what it gives you. So it's kind of long, but it's something even we do in flight planning now when we get routes.
Okay, is that, does that answer the question? Can we? Yes, sir?
The first question, yes. But
sorry, yes, on the validity one?
The validity.
Can I ask you then, just in interest of time and such like, that you follow that up perhaps outside so that we can go into a little bit more detail on it? It's a good question, but I think it's just, I think we need to consult a little internally is the best way to address it. Now, I can hear murmurings in the room. I'm hoping that's because you're really excited and motivated by this. So think you're getting your hand up and a few more questions. I've got a gentleman at the back here. Sorry, Andrea, you can't turn around quite yet. Gentleman at the back.
Hi, Andrea. Mohammed from Gulf Air. Was a question concerning diverted flights. Once the flight is diverted, you need to send an arrival message. How do you do this with the portal? Or do you need to type the full message manually?
Microphone.
Currently, the arrival message for a diverted flight is usually sent by the tower. If you do need to send it, yes, it is unfortunately something you do need to type. And the format is available in the IFPS manual on the NOP portal currently, and it tells you how the format should look and how you can send it. Not through the tools from here. So you can send it from your flight planning system or from a SITA address. So it needs to be AFTN or SITA. So your flight planning system, you can type it in there and send it by FTN. If you have a SITA address, which is kind of old, most people don't have it, but if you do have a system that allows to send SITA messages, you can send it via SITA as well.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a second question.
Go ahead, sir.
How about if I want to, my flight is filed and ready, and I want the flight to depart earlier, like say 20, 25 minutes?
Cancel any file.
Cancel file, okay.
Cancel any file. Earlier, that's the only option at this time.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay.
Oh, nope.
No life hacks for that one, I'm afraid. It's cancel and refile. But Andy, Andy, do you have a question?
I don't have a question. I want to compliment the answer because it's also been brought up in the room by our colleague from KLM about the negative delay possibility. The tool, if you try to change in the flight management, if you try to change the time to an earlier EOBT, it warns you that you're not allowed to file a negative delay. It is not possible in the tool. And the main reason is we understand the need to do it from your side. However, when we approached the air traffic service units that receive the flight plan or the change message or delay message, they said, a number of them said, it would either break their system to have a negative delay, or it would just regard the flight as for tomorrow, so it wouldn't be in their system. So it's something we're looking at for the future, but it's not tomorrow because we will need a number of ATS unit, the ATC systems to also be updated to be able to accept the output from Network Manager. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy, for that clarification. Now, there's a couple of questions in the room, and then if we do have time, we'll go to the QR ones. But I think as you're beginning to see now, if you put your hand up, you get a priority. Okay, so it's like a critical flight notification. So that's good. Gentleman in the white shirt.
Hello. Initially, when you were trying to send a delay message and you were saying that it was not updated, do you think is it possible it's at CDM airport, and as far as I know, and the TOBT has to be updated, that's why it's not reflecting, I guess?
Even with CDM airports, once you send a delay message, it will definitely show up on the screen. Unfortunately, today it didn't, but I've tested it multiple times throughout the last couple of days, and it definitely shows up. So even though it's a CDM, and you are absolutely correct, the TOBT needs to be updated. If it's a delay, the delay will be shown, and then the ground handling agent or whoever is responsible for your flight will update the TOBT based on that delay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good stuff. And the gentleman at the back. Oh, yes, you need the microphone, of course, sorry.
Thank you. As a business jet operator, our reliability on the EOBT validity is really important because our clients request flexibility and they can show up anywhere between EOBT minus 40 to EOBT plus 1 hour sometimes. So EOBT validity is really important for us, and we usually file our flight plan the day before. And I would like to understand what is the rule behind the EOBT validity, if it's taking into account only the RAD, or if it's sometimes can be dynamically adjusted, like you have an EOBT validity, let's say 5 minutes after filing the flight plan, and 3 hours later, it's then 45 minutes validity.
I think you may well have written the question. Did you also write it in the? Okay, good. I understand fully now. Yes. So again, it's a problem, slight problem, caused by us currently having two systems: flight planning system and a flow management system. And the last validity, EOBT validity, it's called a couple of different things, is computed in our flow management system and shown, but it's shown as an estimated off-block time validity. But that does not mean the estimated off-block time of the flight plan. And so when you file a flight plan a day before operations, our flight planning and flow management system are aligned. So the last validity will be consistent. If you filed a flight plan, it would be exactly respecting the last validity you're seeing. However, as the network moves on, there are cases where the last validity calculated in the flow management system is not aligned with the last validity that is associated to a flight plan update. And that quite often is in a CDM airport where the target off-block time has changed, which hasn't of course been reflected in the flight plan, so there can be some inconsistency. And also in our dynamic UUP updates through the day, when the airspace changes, that does not trigger a calculation of the last validity. there can be up to 10 minutes, because anyway the last validity is recalculated every 10 minutes, but there could be a 10-minute gap in the live update of a closed area and that value in the flight list. So it is a known limitation that occasionally that last validity shown in the flight list may not correctly reflect if you were there going to update your flight plan. So our recommendation is, until we have our single system and very consistent validity based on the flight plan EOBT, our recommendation is that if you're thinking of making a decision based on the last validity, do a check, a validate of the change you're going to make sure that the last validity, because in quite a lot of the times it'll say you have a last validity of 5 minutes, and what we don't want you to do is go and reroute your flight plan, costing you money when that last validity of 5 minutes is not accurate, and that you could potentially have waited for the passenger, delayed 10 minutes, and just gone on time on your current route. So for those cases, we recommend that before you start rerouting, just check by validating the current route of the flight plan, and just check, the current route with your new time, just validate that you are going to get an error in IFPS before you reroute. Thanks.
Thanks, Andy. Does that answer the question? I'm getting a thumbs up, so that's good. Even I followed most of that, so that's pretty impressive. As an answer, not as my understanding. Are there any other questions in the room at the moment? We have a little bit of time before lunch. There are a few online, but I'd like to give priority to those people that want to stick their hand up. Gentleman at the back.
Afternoon, it's Jack from Jet2. It's just relation to the functionality of NMP Flight. High-level data. Is there ever going to be a tab which allows that? For example, if you look at the information hub and the layout of that, it'd be quite useful to have a setup of boxes, for example, to have flight suspension flights in there that you can easily identify without using the high, medium or low tabs. It'd also be good to have ready messages in there, any EOBTs under 30 minutes, obviously taking into account the parameters that we've added into that. So basically a subheading for each box, and then once they've actioned and been removed, that would just then collapse.
So if I've understood you, you're looking for, in the future, how you'd like the NMP Flight or the NMUI Flight application to evolve, to make it simpler for you to be able to identify particular subsections of flights.
Yeah, rather than looking at the entire list.
Yeah, exactly. And say again? It's on the stands. It's on the stands. So go and have a look, and of course any feedback that you have will be most useful, because we are obviously continually evolving the system. But thank you very much for the comments and the question. Anybody else in the room? Yes, gentleman again, yeah.
I like the again part. Sorry. Being an outside operator, just a quick question. We've had very few instances, normally our fault, that flights that depart from outside the IFPS or the Eurocontrol airspace don't get a flight plan, either because the flight was rejected and it wasn't seen by the flight dispatcher. Is there a good and fast way to communicate a flight plan of a flight that's already flying? That's the first question, because we've encountered some problems doing so. And the second one, sometimes some in-house decisions render some airspaces not flyable by flights that are already flying. We have, for example, from the Eurocontrol side, the ACH message that transmits an in-flight change, right? Can us operators also provide some type of information for a flight that we want to reroute while it's already in flight?
Can Andrea, can you take that?
First part. If by any reason your flight plan was rejected, we still see the rejected flight plan in the system. So the moment they get to the border of Eurocontrol, the first ATC unit can give them a basic flight plan, and we would fill it in with what was rejected initially. So that's the safest way to do it. So the moment they get to wherever they enter EUROCONTROL area, that ATC controller doesn't have a flight plan for you. They will they will send a basic message, basic flight plan to EUROCONTROL with some of your main details. What we do then, we receive that flight plan in our system. Most of the time it comes for manual intervention, so a person will actually look at it. We can see you already have something rejected. We'll see the reason for the rejection. We'll copy your route into the new message that will then be distributed to the rest of EUROCONTROL ATC units. So based on what was rejected, we will build you something that's valid, and then that message, that flight plan will be sent to all ATC units in EUROCONTROL. Yes, yes, absolutely. Yeah, you'll be able to see it later. You will receive an acknowledgement message to this. So again, that will depend on your organization, how you see them, but you would definitely see it in the system as a valid flight plan, including the airspaces you're passing through, or timings, anything will be there. The second part of your question. Sir, sure, please. Absolutely not.
I just wanted to clarify, you were talking about when there is a flight plan in the IFPS, however, the OCC would like to have a reroute of that flight. So currently, there is no way of doing it with our systems or our procedures. There have been some cases very recently where, especially with the changing situations down in the southeast, that we really need that to happen for safety reasons. But we're looking at potential changes. We have different use cases or projects on the horizon which are asking for it to have the ICAO DARP, the Dynamic Airborne Rerouting Procedure, is being looked at. That is an ICAO procedure, but it's only used in the Pacific. At the moment, there are some American carriers asking for that to be utilized in Europe or in the interface on the Atlantic. And of course, in the long term, and so we're probably needing to do something in the short term, waiting for FFICE Release 2, which brings the negotiated airborne updates. And you'll hear more about that on the third day, on Thursday, when the FFICE topic is discussed. Thanks.
Okay, does that address your issue, sir? Oh, good, excellent. Thank you. Thank you both for the answer. Any other questions in the room? Gentlemen at the back, I'm going to come over with my magic microphone so that we can hear you. Just going to take a bit of time. So, there we go, sir.
Thank you. My question is that once I saw the flight was suspended when he taxied out and just returned back to this parking bay. And my question is, what should I do in this situation to cancel the flight plan and refile it, or just wait for the system handle it automatically? And besides, another case when the flight just take off and return back to this takeoff airport. I call it diversion, maybe. And in that case, what should I do? Cancel the flight plan or just wait for the automatically of the system? Yes, that's my question.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. So if I've understood correctly, then flight plan taxiing out gets suspended, perhaps through FAM or whatever. What do we do? Aircraft returns following a technical problem or something back to the airport of initial departure. What's the best course of action to take? Andrea?
There are two different examples here and two different solutions. If your aircraft has taken off, so it was airborne at any time, you will need to send an arrival message for a diverted flight. This can be done by the tower where the aircraft has landed or by yourself as an operator. You can send that message. There is information on how to send the message, what the format is, on the IFPS manual, currently available on the NOP portal. There's a specific message that needs to be sent for an arrival message. That will close the original flight plan and you can refile a new one. So this is if your aircraft has taken off at any point. If they just, they were suspended and they're still on the ground, it depends for the reason for the suspension. If it was suspended by FAM and you're departing from a non-CDM airport, then you need to send a delay message. If you're departing from a CDM airport, the tower has an option to desuspend your flight plan. So your pilot will need to have a conversation with the tower on what's going to happen next, and then inform you, and you will need to take the appropriate actions.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Thank you, sir. And of course, if you want any more details, you can follow up outside with our experts as well. I think, are any more quick questions in the room? Because I think we're getting very close to lunchtime now. We do still have some questions online, but what I would imagine the best thing to do is, Boris is telling me, you can see he's telling me what to do here. You'd think I was able to do it independently, but no, Boris has to tell me what to do, which is fine. So what we will do is we will close for this part. We'll take those questions later on in the afternoon session.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I will be taking the moderator role for the next couple of hours. So we are going to continue the same theme that we had this morning, with colleagues from the Network Manager Operations Center coming and explaining how they fulfill the needs of the NMOC through our processes, procedures, and tools. And we'll start with our colleague Nima, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nima de Grauwe. I'm a supervisor in our ops room. I'm here to tell you a little bit about flight plan updates and how the ATFCM delays are being affected by flight plan updates. So let me ask a question. Could anyone please raise a hand who, on a busy day with high delays, is thinking twice about sending a delay message? Okay, quite obvious. And why is that? High delays, right? Because you know from experience that if you send a delay message when flights are regulated and already having relatively high delays, you will get even worse delays. I will try to tell you and explain to you today why that is happening. So, as you're aware, we're allocating our slots. So we're sending out the some message about 2 hours before EOBT at SIT1. From that moment on, the slot will normally not deteriorate anymore unless anything is changing in the regulation that the flight is crossing. This requirement of doing it 2 hours before was agreed with stakeholders a long time ago, with a goal to provide aircraft operators with a relatively stable, well, planning baseline the closer we get to EOBT. Okay, so there was a time of 2 hours agreed in which the slot should not deteriorate anymore. In order to ensure this behavior, flights that are updating their flight plan are getting either a free slot or the next available slot that has not been allocated yet. So, what does that mean in reality? Simplified current behavior is, you see here we have a slot list We have here an example, Amsterdam arrivals, usually a rate in this case of 35 per hour. So we have a slot every 1.8 to 2 minutes. In this case, you see here on the right side at the very end of the column that all the slots are already allocated. And in our example here, we send a delay message of 20 minutes for the first flight in this regulation. Now, normally a delay message of 20 minutes should give the flight 20 minutes more, but because, as you can see, all the slots have been allocated for all the flights that are coming after this first flight. Where do we put the flight? We put it in the first available slot, or in the first slot that has not been allocated yet. And in this case, it's a slot that's roughly 90 minutes later. Okay. The result of this is all the flights in between keep their CTOT, so there's no volatility for the flights, and there's also no volatility for the network. So we have a relatively stable situation. The processing and the slot allocation principles are the same for all updates to a flight plan. I'm sure you heard all already about late updaters or not late updaters. You might have the impression that when you update your flight plan less than 2 hours before EOBT, you get additional high delays. You might be under the impression that this is something that has been built into the NMOC systems. However, that's not the case. So it does not actually matter at what time you're updating the flight plan in order to get a high delay or not. What matters is how early or late you can do it. But there's no cutoff time of 2 hours before. So there's no difference really whether you do it 2 hours before or 1 hour 59 minutes before EOBT. The only difference is if you do it after SIT1, the majority of the flights in a regulation have their slots already assigned, so we will not move them to a later stage. And as such, your flight being updated is getting a later slot, and with that, more additional delays. Yeah? So it will lead to a significant increase. Now, from a certain moment on, we say, okay, also roughly from SIT1 on, the delays are getting disproportionately so high that we're assigning the late updater status to flights. What does the late updater status bring? It brings an additional set of tools that are being made available for flights that are getting high disproportionate delays. And those tools are pending slots, where we reserve a slot for a late updater, or also the recover hold mechanism that are both intended to reduce the delay for late updaters. We get regularly a question about, would it not be possible to just give a late updater the average delay? Why not just give them the 20-minute delay like everybody else? I'll explain that to you. What the impact would be of proportional delay for updated flights. First of all, they will no longer get the next available slot, but a slot corresponding to the first come, first served principle. In return, all flights that we saw in between, and I will show you that in a second, with an ETO after the new ETO of the updated flight, will get a later slot. And that would then also happen, let's say, 1 hour before EOBT. For flights that are in more than one regulation, this will happen for all regulations. So what would that look like here in our example? Let's say we would this first one flight that gets 20 minutes additional delay. We would sort it according to first come, first serve. So it goes 20 minutes later. But as a result, in order to respect the rate of the regulation, we have to push all other flights down as well. Yeah? So that means in this case, roughly, what would that be? 40 flights would get a later CTOT at a relatively late stage in the planning process and in the turnaround process. This would cause a high volatility, not only for all the flights in between, but also for the entire European aviation network, because the counts in our sectors and in the airspaces or at airports would change constantly if we would update this, these delays and give the average delay to all flights. And the problem is this would not only be the case in one regulation, because if you can imagine that in summer a flight can cross multiple regulations, 5 regulations, 6, 7, 8 regulations, one update of an EOBT would essentially cause all the flights in all regulations that are behind that one flight that is sending a delay message to be shifted in time in order to accommodate that flight's average delay. Yeah, makes sense? For that reason, simply, it is not possible to give average delay to a flight that is late updating without causing a lot of trouble for all the other flights. We would like to do that, but unfortunately it's simply not mathematically possible without causing this kind of effect. The only thing we can give you as an advice is update your flight plan as early as possible, irrespective of whether it's SIT1 or not, because the earlier you update, the less likely it is that other flights have their slots already assigned, and they will be pushed later if it's before SIT1 for them. Okay. Second advice is ask for a REA message from the tower when possible, because the REA message, essentially, if the flight is in REA status, it gives you another 15 minutes of priority on top of the delay that you already have. So the flights will get prioritized when it comes to improving the flights. That's it, quickly, shortly. Any questions that I can help with?
Thank you, Nima. So before I come to the questions, what I'm hearing then is that for all the people, colleagues that put their hands up, there is a message that is just because you're a late updater does not mean that you are going to get heavily penalized by updating your EOBT. The case that Nima showed there had a full slot list, which of course isn't always the case, so that's the worst case scenario when you have a full slot list. Nima mentioned 2 mechanisms that are specifically put in place to try to help those late update EOBTs, and that's the recover whole mechanism and the pending slots, which basically means that those late updaters, the computer sees them and can give them access to improved slots, which non-late updater flights don't have access to until a certain moment in time when those pending slots are then opened up for everyone to use. So there is, I think the message, Nima, is what? What is the message that your presentation is giving to the audience today?
Well, the message, first of all, is we're not penalizing late updaters. We're not giving you extra delay just because we want to do that. It's a result of the system and the result of a certain amount of stability for all the other flights. The second message is, please update your flight plans as early as possible because it gives you the highest chance of uninterrupted operations. You might get delay, yes. First of all, you will get less delay the earlier you update. And second, there's more we can do if we have the updated flight plan together with a request at an earlier stage. If it's very late, if you wait until the flight is about to off block before you update the flight plan, very often there's nothing we can do anymore in order to accommodate any worse CTOT. So the message is, first of all, we're not penalizing anyone intentionally, it's a result. And second, please update your flight plans as early as possible. Ask for the REA message from the tower if possible, and that's the best shot we can get.
Thank you, that's clear. So now I will open it up for questions, please.
Yeah, just a quick one. You said I will get as a late updater the next available slot in the slot list of my most penalizing regulation, if I understood that correct. Mean if I'm in 5 or 6 other regulations as well, I will have exactly that unwanted effect in all the other not most penalizing regulations. Is that correct?
Well, you can only have one most penalizing regulation. The way it works is, well, it's a little bit technical. It has to do with linking and not linking. Normally, if your flight is in multiple regulations and they're all working properly because they're connected to each other, it would mean that if you update your flight in one regulation, it pushes also all the other flights in all the other regulations. Yeah? So the effect is not only in the most penalizing regulation. The effect, if the regulations are properly linked, which they normally should be, is that if you update your flight plan, you push in one regulation, it also pushes flights in other regulations.
Thank you. Please.
Hi, can you elaborate a bit how does the system works in CDM reports when we update, not we, but the handling agent update the TSET?
It's essentially exactly the same. So the handling agent would normally update the TOBT then. Right. So if they update the TOBT, the effect is essentially the same. The only difference is we don't flag the flight as a late updater. So the late updater status you will only see caused by flight plan updates. We're at the moment looking at maybe getting that consistent, but we'll see. For the time being, the behavior is exactly the same. So if you send a TOBT that is, let's say, 20 minutes later without doing anything about the flight plan, the flight will be recalculated. It will get the next available slot. It will benefit from pending slots and the recover whole mechanism. But you will not see it as a late updater in the list.
Thank you.
Hi, so you mentioned that in case of the flight gets a late slot, we can send a ready message. Which has more power to recover the delay or to reduce the slot, e-Helpdesk or ready message?
Okay, so two fundamentally different things. Rare message will give you an extra priority on the flight of 15 minutes of fake punishment, let's put it that way. So we consider the flight having 15 minutes more delay than it actually has. That's what the rare message is doing. The help desk can look at available capacities and can fill these capacities. There's in summer and when we have situations where you're the most interested in getting an improvement, we have the least possibilities to do anything really. So essentially there's some space. You have to see it a little bit as a parking. When it's full, it's full. There's no, I mean, we can shift cars around. But when it's full, you know, you can squeeze one or two more in, but then that's it. At some stage, they will say it's finished because otherwise it's going to be complete chaos. It's a little bit the same. We're just administering and we're just in the end dividing up the delays as fair as possible, but we cannot create additional capacities. So as such, what the help desk can do is also very limited because of this issue. So using everything together will give you probably really the best shot. Yeah.
Thank you. Just for one moment, because it seems we're going around the room in this direction, so I'm just going to check there's nobody behind me. Yeah, I know. I just hadn't looked. No questions behind, please.
Sorry, me again. Can you elaborate on the 15 minutes on top? So 15 minutes penalizing the rare message? That's the first one. And the second one, how do you work then with priority flights? The priority flights will be forced to have a slot even if there's nothing there?
No. First of all, we will have Nicola, who's somewhere around, who will explain to you a little bit after me, a little bit more in detail about how it works with helpdesk. Very quickly, the 15 minutes is in order to essentially prioritize a flight. ETFMS is working with the delays and with the ETO of the flight. REA flights are getting another 15-minute penalization. So if a flight if a flight has 30 minutes of delay, as soon as it goes into REA status, the system considers the flight to have 45 minutes delay, which it does not. It's just for the priority calculation, okay? So flights in REA status are getting a certain amount of priority compared to other flights in the processing of the delays. That's the first one. The second one, critical flights are just an indication to us. What we do with them is we try to give them not just the average delay, but no delay or as little delay as possible. That's one difference to other flights. The second is, if we have the time, we contact the FMP and we check with the FMP if they can take the flight as an extra, if they can provide any other solution, if they can reduce the delay at least as much as possible. Okay, those are the two differences. There's no difference for a critical flight in the way the system is prioritizing in the true revision process. It's the same. I will leave that to Nicola for later because it will be a very long discussion and I don't want to stretch it too far.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, by sending a ready message, it does not add 15 minutes delay to your flight. What Nima said was that inside the computer-assisted slot allocation system, it attributes inside the algorithm additional 15 minutes to the current delay, just so the algorithm treats it with priority. So it does not give you 15 minutes extra delay by sending a ready message. That has to be clearly understood, otherwise we might not see ready messages anymore.
Hi again. Not sure if this question will be answered later, but I have a question about the fade delay prognosis information that is available. How does this? How does EUROCONTROL calculate the probability of how much delay we're going to have, and also the probability of an improvement, and how reliable is that data that is projected on there, and also does it matter at what time before EOBT I query the probability? So is it better if I ask it like an hour before departure or 30 minutes before departure? So how accurate is that?
Okay. I'll take that one. So FADE is our AI module, which if you choose to use it in NMP Flight, it gives you a forecast of delay and the likelihood of that delay happening. It's only accessible by for those who use NMP Flight, first have to request access, and at that moment of time, they are given the information that has just been requested. So for today, I don't think, I don't have the answers because it is very technical, but however, we have a stand outside. Camille, are you in here? Anyway, there's a stand outside, far left, where a lady from our experimental center who's responsible for the FADE algorithm tool will be able to answer in detail those questions.
May I? All right, so it's regarding the slot improvement. What are the criteria of getting our slot improvement request reject? Like, because there was an occasion we request for the improvement through helpdesk, and because we have human remain on board, and we have mentioned that in the remark as well, but still we did not get any luck. So the ultimate choice for us to cancel and file a new flight plan, new routing, but which requires longer route and longer fuel, so we were required to call the fuel browser, and it took another 30-45 minutes.
Yeah. So I would really like to leave the help desk related questions for Nicola. So you said human remains were on board? Okay. So yeah, I think it's better to leave this for Nicola. In principle, this is a very special case that so sometimes we have issues with priorities being transmitted electronically. If you have a very specific case like that, then it would probably be best to give us a quick call, because via the telephone we have a much better chance to look into these things. If things are mentioned, sometimes automatically we have rejections. If a flight has more or less the average delay, or 20-30% more or less, then we will just not even look at the improvement request under normal circumstances, because frankly we have to create delay. This is what the first task is in order to keep air traffic safe. So okay. If I could
Thanks, Nima.
refer
yes,
you to Nicola later. Thanks.
We'll continue on that theme a little bit later. Another question at the back.
Ahmet Ünal, Qatar Airways. My question regarding to the slot miss messages. Are the slot miss messages are effective? Like if we send a slot miss message for any flight, are the chances of the getting improvement or the penalization for any regulation? Is there any impact of the slot miss messages?
That would again be really for Nicola, but slot miss messages you would normally only use in cases where you miss your slot, but you don't know when your flight is ready to depart. That is not happening very often. So in those cases, you would use that. Essentially, the processing on our side is the same. There's no difference. We try to help late updaters or flights that have disproportionate delay. But what the reason is for the disproportionate delay is not really too relevant for us, to be honest. Okay, we just try to distribute it fair.
So for now, I'm going to, because we seem to be going off late updated topic, and we've got some more dedicated presentations on the normal flow management operations. So unless there's any questions directly associated to the late updater presentation, can we please hold other questions until the next presentation? Is it late updater?
I'm not sure. I wanted to ask you about the function that was able in the help desk to slot prolongation, postponing of slot. But now you use it is available very rare. You know.
We will. That will be part of the presentations coming up. So we'll park the question. We will come back to it in the next presentation. Anything directly associated to Nima's late updater presentation, Chris?
Yep. Just a quick question that came on. How long after you've updated a flight plan should you wait for the system to do a recalculation before making a call or a help desk request?
Difficult to tell. It really depends at the stage when this is done. So we would ask to normally wait at least 10 minutes or so, at least. But it depends a little bit on the situation. I mean, obviously, if it's a very urgent flight, I try to avoid the word critical, but a very urgent flight, and you lose half of the delay already by waiting 10 minutes, by all means, give us a call. But in general, please be a little bit patient. The system is doing its job. So if you could wait 10 minutes after a rare message, that would help a lot.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Nima.
Thank you.
And now Nicola will come and talk about the e-Helpdesk in more detail. Thank you, Nicola.
So, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nikola. I'm Nedic. I work in the tactical team of the Network Manager Operations Center. And today I'm going to talk to you about the e-Helpdesk. And we'll cover most of the content-wise related questions that we get during the day of operations. The idea is that I will not have any slides. The idea is really to have our NMP Flight, or soon to be called NMUI Flight application in front that I believe most of you are using on your daily operations, and then walk you to go together through the different functionalities and to see what you can do and what can be done in order to contact the NMOC. As mentioned previously by my colleagues, the preferred way of communication really during the summer is electronic help desk. Just as a basic, really as a basic introduction to the ones that are not so familiar with our systems, one of the main activities that EUROCONTROL is doing, as mentioned previously, is the demand and capacity balancing, that we need to ensure that the capacities of the ATC sectors are actually, that ATC is actually able to handle the incoming traffic. And as a part of the demand and capacity balance, we have several processes internally that we do. And what may happen as a result, the outcome may be the designated takeoff time or the calculated takeoff time, CTOT, or a slot, that's how it's called popularly. And that is very often, it's one of the main reasons to contact the NMOC and try to look for different solutions that could be made if possible. So here, just quickly, I have a flight list in front of me with the different, I think most of you should be familiar with this because it's an official EUROCONTROL tool that offers the e-Helpdesk service. You can see it on each and every flight. There is a button e-Helpdesk where you can actually try where you can access it and see different possibilities and different reasons to contact us and how we can try to help. You will see here that there are several types of requests that we do. I will start with CTOT extensions, as it was the question that popped up during the previous presentation. So as you mentioned, the prolongation of the takeoff time or the extension. Simply to know here, we can give you one time extra 10 minutes on your slot. And we try to do it. In 90% of the cases, we accept the slot extension requests. But what we try to make the point today, yes, we do accept it in 90% of the cases, but sometimes simply we have to say no. Due to different constraints, the capacity issues or different reasons behind, we might not be able to give you these extra 10 minutes on your CTOT. So don't take it for granted. The CTOT is there to be followed. One extension is something that we usually try to accommodate to you. However, don't expect it by default. The answer can be no as well, and it depends on the number of network constraints that we need to check. One more thing about CTOT extension. My colleagues earlier mentioned something called EOBT validity or last validity time. Just to tell you that these two could be linked, because this column is actually showing you the time validity of your route. It tells you how further you can delay your flight plan, and is also it will also tell you whether you can expect a slot extension or not. Because if your route is valid for 1 more minute, for sure we will not be able to give you 10 minutes extension on it, because there is a constraint in the network. So that's why I would like to advise you really to keep an eye on this column. I know that I'm repeating what was said this morning, but I believe this is really important thing to take away. Because especially if you find this at the late stage, when the doors are closed and everything is ready, and we really cannot, very often in these situations when the route is valid, simply we cannot help much. To go back, the second most and your favorite request actually is the CTOT improvement. That's the one that we get more than 60% of all the requests are actually improvement. In total, improvement in extensions are 90% of what we receive on the help desk. So these two are covering majority of the communication. So what we see here are different reasons why you can ask for an improvement: to maintain schedule, due to crew time, airport closure, etc. What we see very often is that these reasons are selected just randomly. But we do check actually, especially for the airport closure. We know the closure time of the airports. And if we see it's not in line with your request, we spend quite some time to check what would be the latest time to release this flight to adhere to the closure time of the aerodrome. But please, if it's really an airport closure, indicate it. Otherwise, you can use any of these quite a few different reasons that we will for sure consider. Yeah. Next thing that is very important and is to continue on the question that was received before about the type of the request you had. You've mentioned that you had a specific situation. That's why we always encourage you to use the text field. Yeah, I see there is 300 characters. Maybe it doesn't need to be that long, but please provide us information. We read it, and we can. It will help us to better understand what is the problem, and really to try to help you as much as we can. So text field is there, and please don't forget to use it. I mean, it's not mandatory; it's optional, but it helps to both you and to us as well. One of the other fields that we have is called new earliest takeoff time. It will give us the time to, again, it's also optional field. You can, but you don't have to do it. But normally when we receive this time, we will never improve your flight before this time. If you tell me that your new earliest takeoff time is 1300, your new slot that we issue will never go before that time. However, here we need to remind you that any change in the EOBT that is more than 15 minutes shall be communicated via the delay or change message, because that's the rule of our manual and also the ICAO documentation. Then one of the hot topics that we also always discussed are so-called critical flights or priority flights. So as my colleague earlier mentioned, there is no any prioritization in the system for this flight. It's a highlight for us that we received. This flight will be highlighted in magenta color in our systems, but also in our external systems. That ours will, on their flight list, they will see that this flight is highlighted, we will see it, but the system will treat it as any other. What we actually do here, we try to give you a bit more priority. We try to coordinate directly with the FMP to ask them if there is something that could be done for these flights. To select a critical flight is rather simple. You just need to tick this box to select the reason, and still, please, in the text, explain us why, what, and how to. I mean, it helps to us as well, especially as we relay the information to the FNP, and they may better understand what is behind. We will always call the air traffic control that is the FNP with your most penalizing regulation and try to accommodate the extra slot, but you need to understand that it is not always possible. We try, we give our best, however, the answer can be yes or no as well. What we will have as of November, because regarding the number limitation of critical flights, we try here to be fair and equal towards all the stakeholders, so we give you between 1 and 20 critical flights to send. The minimum is 1, everybody has at least 1, and nobody will have more than 20. Because we cannot just spam the FNPs with a big number of the critical flights and ask them to improve and to add an extra space for every flight, because simply it's not possible. They are calculated as 5% of number of regulated flights. So for the operator, the system sees how many regulated flights you have, and 5% of that will be the number of critical flights you will have for that day. However, you still need to understand that it's between 1 and 20. It will never be more than 20 and never less than 1. Then my colleague earlier mentioned the average delay, and this is what I wanted just to show you where you can see it. It's here. I don't know if you see my mouse pointing in the screen. So on this specific flight, it's rather simple. You see the delay is 39 minutes, the average is 39. So we do see it, and we do take this into consideration when processing the request. And but it is a first it's a first indication for you to see whether something can be done, because in this case, all the flights around this one have 39 minutes of delay, and this one has the same. So most probably there is no space around, and it's highly unlikely that I would be able to find an improvement for this flight, because the average delay is simply it's amount of damage in the network, the amount of delay that we had to give to all the flights in order to ensure that the load, the demand of flights that we deliver to ATC is actually something that they can handle. Back to help desk. I'll try to send a request just to be able to show you. Yes, once you submit it, you will see it immediately below in the e-Helpdesk requests in the queue that it's sent. Okay, in this case it's KLM26 Fox, and it was not critical. I've just it gives you the time when you've sent it and the status. It tells you for the moment it's submitted. You will see here under work in coordination once the NMOC staff is actually working on it. Also, there is a button recall. So you realize that you've sent a request, but something might happen in the meantime, and you don't really need this improvement anymore. You can simply click the recall button, and the request will disappear from our queue, so we will not see it anymore. For the critical flights, there will be one thing new as of November, because for the moment we are not able to tell you how many critical flights you have. We will tell you this only after the submission of the request. So once you have sent us the critical request, we will tell you, okay, you used 1, there is, I don't know, 3 left. But as of November, we will, at any point of time, we will be able to show you how many you have, so you know how to distribute them and to know how many these jokers you have and how to plan for the rest of the day. Before this presentation, we had a couple of coordinations internally, and one of the things we wanted to mention also is the number of repetitive requests that we received, and we really wanted to relay the message that sending repetitive requests is very often counterproductive, because the first thing that we see when we receive the request, we see how many we received previously for this same flight, and then if we see numbers like 10, 11, 12, it is not the best start, yeah. One more thing that will be different as of this summer is the earliest time to submit the improvement. So what we agreed and what was approved by the management is the improvement request can be sent as of EOBT minus 60, so 1 hour before EOBT. Before, it used to be 2 hours, and what we noticed internally is that giving you a slot 2 hours before your EOBT, it is highly unlikely that this slot will remain due to dynamicity of the network, different changes in the regulations. This slot will go up and down, and then we prefer to really focus the workload of our staff on the requests that are closer to takeoff and that are where the CTOTs that we give you is less likely to be changed. So like this, we help you as well in a more efficient way. And it's something to keep in mind. Regarding the requests, there are a few more things to mention. Regarding the slot swaps, I will not talk about this because we will have a guest speaker. Regarding rerouting requests, my colleagues from AOLO positions will cover this later on today. And then for For the help desk, there is two more things to mention: flight deactivation. So sometimes your flight may be activated by a mistake, either picking up a wrong CPR, or in very specific situations it can happen. In this case, yes, we can deactivate the flight, but not any. So if the flight is activated by the DPI messages, then it's actually up to the tower to send a cancelled DPI message and do the return to stand procedure, and they will deactivate your flight. Otherwise, we need to do it, and we can do it, and we will do it for sure. And then only after our deactivation, you can send a delay or change message to update the EOBT. One more thing that happens not that often, there is an option to contact flight crew with a message. So what we can do for you, we can relay the message to the crew. So in case you cannot reach the crew, what we do in these situations is simply we contact the FMP, that is where the aircraft is at the moment, and we ask them if possible to relay the message to the crew. It's very simple, but we try not here to have a chat. It's just a message that you tell us this flight needs to be diverted to different airport or whatsoever due to whatever reason, and we can say this to the tactical ATC, and they will pass the message to the pilot. Of course, in the end, the decision is on him. We are here just the messenger simply. Last but not least is the flight suspension. We often get questions about this. I cannot really go here into details from this application to show you, but what we always recommend you in all the meetings we keep repeating, there is a very nice video tutorial on the NM Flight Management Zone YouTube channel, where you can find the different 8 reasons for flight suspensions, where they are clearly explained, and we explained, and it is also described what actions to take in order to tackle this suspension. That would be it. Before I close, I would just like to say that together with my colleagues Simon, Nima, Roderick, and a few more of us, we are there at the NMOC stand. We are more than happy to talk to you in coming 3 days, anytime you want. Approach us with the questions. We have our system in front of us. We have also external system, and I believe it will be, I hope it will be really positive and fruitful exchange for all of us in coming 3 days. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Nicola. But don't go away yet. The applause was a little bit premature. So I think a message there, our main message is, and we might well hear it again in a few minutes, please, please don't keep making repetitive requests for improvement. It's not good use of your time or our time. I just want to clarify the deactivate for those who are not fully used to operating in Europe or don't operate very often. That is where usually you will try to send a change message or a delay message, and you will get a reject from IFPS saying you're not allowed to update an activated flight. They're the cases where you're absolutely sure that the aircraft is still on the ground, that you can use the e-Helpdesk to ask for a deactivation. For the contacting the crew, that again, it's a very rare cases we expect that to be used. It is not a chat function between you and the crew. It is urgent cases. We had one last year with an aircraft that had a medical emergency. Sorry, it was transporting a critical patient, and the hospital changed at the last minute, and they needed to tell the aircraft to divert to another airport to get to the patient. It was a great use of the facility where that message got to ATC very quickly and the aircraft diverted and the patient survived. Just want to check whether that presentation has covered the question about the extension. Who asked the extension question? There was a question we parked for later. Sorry.
Yes, thank you, but Nikolai already answered to it. But I have another one about extension. What is the proper period to send such a request?
So the extension requests from the AOs are expected and can be sent within the COBT minus 20. So COBT is calculated off block time, and 20 minutes before that, we accept the extension request from the companies. Sorry? COBT. Yes.
And my last point that I took out of that was the talk of the use of critical flights. Just a warning that once you have made an e-Helpdesk request, marking it as critical, you never get that back. If the flight is cancelled, if you recall the e-Helpdesk request, if you get a response not able, that still is a count. It is gone for the day. So just a warning to be super careful when you're using those, the criticality flag, which we'll hear, I think, a little bit more about in the next presentation. Are there any other questions for Nicola? At the back, please.
Sorry, Jimmy from Titan Airways. We have the honour of flying for multiple carriers, and we use their call signs. When it comes to the critical flights and how they're assigned, is it assigned to call signs or operator of the aircraft?
The critical flights are counted based on the aircraft operator of the flight, and that's probably one slight difference from what Nicola said. You must have an ICAO code in our system to be able to send or mark a flight as critical, because it's all based on aircraft operator. So for our business jet operators, if you don't have an airline code, you will not be able to use the criticality function. Next question. There's another. Yes, please.
Yeah, you may not like my question. Now, I don't know if you remember, Andy, some years ago in Copenhagen, you told me, I do a lot of trainings. You asked me, can you please say at your trainings to ask people to use the e-Helpdesk and not use the telephone to call the help desk? I said, yes, I do that, and I do that every week, in fact, and tell people, don't call the guys, use the e-Helpdesk. Now, some of the feedback I get from some of the business jet segment is that they say, well, we in fact see it differently. We do get better C-touch by calling than using the e-Helpdesk. And I tell them that is simply not true. But I am no longer dispatching, so this is just me guessing. So, but can you confirm that that is certainly not true, that if they use the e-Helpdesk, they are getting exactly the same as if they would call you?
It is the same response, simply that is the simple thing is that the network is dynamic, and it cannot be the same situation at the time you send the e-Helpdesk request or made a phone call, because we work per procedure and we check the capacities of the sectors. If we find an empty space, we will improve the flight. If there is no an empty space, we cannot improve the flight. It's simple as that. So we really have the very clear and strict procedures that we follow, and they don't depend on whether you call or whether you send in electronic requests. They just, we do the network assessment, and based on the outcome of assessment, we will reply to your requests positively or negatively as possible. Okay?
Okay, thank you, Nicola. Any more questions? Okay, so we'll move. Do we have, please?
Yeah, no, it's not a question. I want to say something about the critical flights, an experience from last summer. When you make a critical flight request, it is not 100% guaranteed that we can grant your wish. Because how it works, if there would be space to improve your flight or grant your wish, whatever it is, you are in a regulation, there is possibility, we will do it. But last summer we have seen, especially late evening, right? Late evening when the weather hits, a lot of critical flights arrived. For each critical flight, because the slot list were full, delays were high, and flights were in multiple regulations, that meant that we had to call the FMPs. And at some point, some FMPs told us not to call anymore for critical flights because they were overloaded and overwhelmed with the workload and the weather situation. I just want everybody to understand that you put critical flights, we will do best we can, but it may not be always 100% guaranteed. We must grant your wish. And my second comment about the phone calls is that, again, based on last summer's experience, we are trying to do improvements to our help desk service with the objective of reducing the phone calls. Why? Because again, due to capacity and staffing issues topped with weather issues, we ended up in days where the workload became really unmanageable. The network was chaotic and volatile. So in that we would like to prioritize our resources in doing their primary job, and that is network management, that is to deal with FMPs and regulations, make sure that it's safe, make sure that every capacity is utilized, and etc. Additional phones keeps us busy for nothing. Last summer I had an occasion, I'm ops manager in the ops room. Normally I don't deal with phone calls, nobody calls me, I just sit there and watch. There was one flight across the ops room, I could hear people saying, I don't remember, let's say X. Flight X called me, I told him there is no possibility. Next, another position said, Flight X called me, and this continued through 10 positions, more or less. And I was the last one, Flight X called me. And I was like, how did you find my phone number? And why are you calling me? And the person was really desperate. I mean, I understand this, really, my whole empathy in that. But I want to ask you the situation we are in. 4,500 queries in a day, only through help desk. We don't have unlimited resources, but we have to make use of our resources in a wise and efficient way. So that's why we are not in support of extra phone calls on top of your help desk queries unless you really have something emergency or critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique. And I think to follow up on there are occasions when your critical flight may not be able to be processed at the moment that your e-Helpdesk request is sent, but that flight is still marked in the flight list, which is visible inside our ops room and inside your ops rooms and inside the FMP, the ATC units and the towers. They all see that flight is critical. So there may be follow-up processes that will see that flight and give you some additional help because they know it's critical. So it's not all, you couldn't get help in the first moment, that still is visible, and it may be picked up in other processes in the NMOC and other areas. Please.
Just a question about the slot extension. I've noticed that it's not possible for CDM stations. I was wondering why that is.
For the CDM, the extension requests from the companies can come from only for non-CDM airports. For the CDM airports, you are supposed to manage your TTOT via the DPI messages. However, for these airports, the towers can, due to operational reasons, request a slot extension. But for the companies, you have the target times that you use to update your TTOT. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, I'm conscious we need to move on now, so I'm going to leave any further questions because the next set of presentations is still on a similar subject. So Could you keep your questions until we finish? We've got 3 of our AOLOs, our airline operator liaison officers, Chris, Sarah, and Dima, are going to quickly split this presentation with Chris first. Thank you. You've already got your applause.
So, good afternoon, everybody. My name's Chris Wells, and I'm one of the aircraft operator liaison officers. We'll split this PowerPoint between the 3 of us. And I'll muddy the waters a little bit just by talking about ultra-critical flights. So, aircraft operator liaison officer position. We are ex-flight dispatchers. Some of us are ex-managers. We are employed by EUROCONTROL. The position has been running for some 22 years. It's a small group. It's currently 7 of us. And we sit in the heart of the operations room on shift. We work from 6 o'clock local till 2200 local. And we are available to be contacted if necessary. But this is where I'll muddy the waters slightly. I'd also like to differentiate that the AOLO is different to the AOLC. So you've got Carlo here and you've got Chris. They work in headquarters. They work Monday to Friday. And you can contact them about anything that you want to talk to them about in terms of your operation and aviation. But we're on shift and you can talk to us about something that is urgently operational. And we feel that our background, when we talk to you, that's where we'll have a bit of empathy and we can get our heads around what problem you may have. So, as we put on the slide here, contact us when you need special assistance. So we've spoken about the critical flights. There is a procedure in place. It works very well. And my colleagues work very hard with these critical flights, and so do the FMPs. There may be an occasion when you have to explain yourself about a critical flight, and that's where I would say it's an ultra-critical flight. That's where you're at the last minute and you're possibly going to cancel the flight. It's getting to that stage where you're about to cancel it. Maybe the aircraft has been tech for 3 hours. Then you've put in a delay message. We've just given you another hour. You've now gone into curfew, or maybe you're going to lose the crew. You can talk to us about this flight and explain the circumstances around this flight. Get that message across to us, and then that helps, that message we can then pass to the flow controllers, who can reiterate to the FMP, give them a bit of a story about this particular flight. But it is only what I would say ultra critical. But we are available to call and to talk about an issue. We've put some other examples on here as well. So we've spoken about rerouting scenarios and flight level capping. There'll be plenty of that again this summer. Sometimes people don't quite understand what's required of them to do that in terms of the flight planning. Please give us a call. We'll be happy to give you some advice on what to do with the new flight plan that you need to file. Maybe you require an RRP, so a reroute proposal. There is a drop down on the menu of the e-Helpdesk where you can request that. But sometimes you may wish to talk to us because you have a performance problem. And you need an RRP because of that, or the RRP that we've sent you, you can't quite follow. We've already reiterated about the contact about airborne flights. Yes, it's a one-off, again, it's to be used sparingly, but we're there in case you need to talk to us about that. But again, there is a drop-down on the drop-down menu of the e-Helpdesk. Medical flights as well. Sometimes people don't put the right codes on the flight plan to say that they're a medical flight. Or maybe, again, there is a performance issue with the aircraft because of the equipment on board. Maybe you have to fly depressurized. You need to talk to us about that. That's, again, what we're there to listen to. You may also just want to have a better understanding of the network situation. When we've published something on the NOC portal or on the page, on the news page, and it's telling you what's going on now or in the next few hours, but you don't quite understand it, you can call again just to get a better understanding of the network situation. And just to reiterate the principles of communication, so please, e-Helpdesk, if at all possible. That's our main line of communication. We have the e-Helpdesk as well on the AOLO position. Then, normally what we see, yes, private jet operators who don't have access to the e-Helpdesk call the normal helpdesk line, and also the military. And then finally, as I say, AOLOs, we're there. You can contact us about urgent cases, ultra-critical situations. I'll hand over to Sarah now.
Good afternoon, everybody. If you don't mind, I'm going to stay sitting because I have a small issue with my ankles, so I'll do this from here. My name is Sarah Hopkins, and along with Chris here and Dima, we are members of the AOLO team. As Chris has alluded to already, and some of you may be already aware, our group comprises of mainly former airline operations staff and dispatchers. So we feel your pain. We have a good understanding of the time pressures and constraints you all face on a daily basis because we've been there ourselves. Okay. Today I will give you a brief reminder as to how we can help you help yourselves using the tools already available in the NMP. Also, we'd like to mention the best practices we would recommend that you follow for the summer of 2025. So let's start with the first one. Again, slot swapping. Where is Martin? Is he here behind me? Martin is going to give a very in-depth explanation tomorrow about how the slot swapping process works. What we can tell you as aircraft, as most of you are already aware, you can swap between two concerned flights for which if you are the responsible operator, or where there is a formal agreement between two separate operators. You can swap between flights. So suffice to say, slot swapping is available via the e-Helpdesk, and as per the rules, you are allowed 3 swaps per flight. So moving on to rerouting proposals in the NMP flight management. So as you know, this is a self-service option within the NMP, where you can press the button Apply Reroute, formerly known as the AO What If Reroute function. And our flight and flow domain manager, Andy, is going to give a detailed explanation on this and show you how it works on the NMP if you don't already know. What I would say is if you've exhausted that option, that self-service option, you can contact us, the AOLOs, via the e-Helpdesk with a rerouting proposal request for individual flights. You can send that RRP request and we will do our best to find you a solution in the form of a reroute that will lower your delay or hopefully get you out of regulation completely, let's hope, although that's debatable during the summer. But definitely we will try our best to help on that score. Now, critical flight indication has been covered, I think, quite well. So I have all the stats here about the 5% of regulated flights within your schedule, a minimum of 1, maximum of 20. You've heard that already. As Monique has already said, our ops manager Monique, on a busy day within the network where there's widespread disruption, as you all know, like last summer, due to industrial action, convective weather, it's not always possible to give you an on-time departure, but we can try and mitigate the delay. So we try our best. It all depends on the number of filed plans in the system at the time, the number of regulated flights, and of course, as I've just mentioned, the level of disruption. So we try our best with those critical requests, and we pay extra special attention, and our friends, our network operations controllers and senior network operations controllers do the necessary coordination to try and mitigate your delay. Okay. Moving on, it's an obvious one, but you'd be surprised at the amount of phone calls we get asking about what's happening in the network. Please read the Information Hub NMP Flight, or as it is at the moment on the old NOC portal, Tactical Updates. In fact, most of my colleagues here will brief themselves in the morning by reading that very information to get a general overview as to what's going on in the network. So it's obvious, but it's important. Log in and make it part of your routine to read the Information Hub on the NMP Flight. Okay, best practices, all very obvious, but we'll go through it again. Now, we're going to mention, which has already been mentioned, avoid making multiple requests and calls. I don't want to lecture you on that point, but last summer, when it's busy, we understand you're under a lot of time pressure. You need an answer quickly. However, send your requests via the e-Helpdesk and wait for a few minutes to get a reply. I mean, we had, I think, one instance last summer where I took a call on the AOLO desk. Simultaneously, somebody sent a request for the same flight, an improvement on the e-Helpdesk. I think Monique could have been on that day, actually. And then flight planning also got a call from a different dispatcher within the same company asking about the same flight. So I'm there trying to improve your flight, and I'm blocked. I can't improve your flight because somebody else is working on it. So it's counterproductive, it's a waste of resources. Please, please, one request per flight, and not all at the same time, okay? Critical flights. Now, you know, Chris mentioned ultra-critical flights, but I want to talk to you about critical flights in the context of indicating to us via the e-Helpdesk in the text box, those 300 characters you have to explain, what is the latest acceptable delay that you can take on a particular flight. This worked very, very well for some operators last summer. So on a very disruptive day, for example, where you have a flight that has 90 minutes of delay, and you contact us and say, look, if you can shave 20 or 30 minutes off that delay, our crew are not going to walk off the flight. They might go into discretionary, but that flight is safe. So can you bring that delay down by 20 minutes or so? Well, you know, we can't promise on time on a very difficult day, but it would be helpful, and it is helpful, if you can mention in your e-Helpdesk request in the text area what the latest CTOT that's acceptable to you on days like that. Okay. Direct match. I think a lot of you might be already aware of this. There are constraints within your flight planning systems and flight plan providers. When you are sent, or when you interrogate the system for a reroute proposal, or when you ask us via the e-Helpdesk to send you a reroute proposal, please copy-paste what's in the new route section directly into your new flight plan, because if you don't copy it exactly and you put the change of flight levels at different points, it can result in your flight having a similar delay, or even not getting out of the regulation and not getting an improvement or an on-time departure. So that's important. I know there are constraints. Again, Andy is available to answer any questions concerning those issues with your flight plan providers. Moving on to the next best practice. Obvious one, please, if possible, update your EOBTs as early as possible so that we have the correct data in our systems for the monitoring of curfews, particularly important for the airport position when they're using Mirror. If the EOBTs have been updated, we have accurate and correct information in our systems. And this is quite a good one, because this often happens where you kind people will give us the heads up by informing us by phone of something that's going on at your airport, in your ops center, locally. Now, we don't want to be flooded with phone calls, but for example, if there's an aircraft disabled on one of your runways, it's very nice for us to get the heads up on that so we can investigate further. I'd even say, which is a natural thing, that you call if you're having problems in the NMP, because we can run across to our technical people and alert them to that, because most times you will not be the only people or the only airline having problems, technical issues. So it gives us that little bit of warning where we can start acting on the information we receive. Okay, thank you very much. That's me finished, so I'll pass you on to Dima.
Only one? So, good afternoon. My name is Dima. I'm here 2.5 years in NMOC, working as a AOLO. So today I have the ACDM topic for you. So I have only one slide with some bullet points with the situation and experience in my first 2 years where you're facing issues with your flight because of the implementation of the ACDM control of your flight in relation to the CTOT is actually given to the ground handling, partly for update your TOBTs. So the first thing I would like to share with you is a map of ACDM. So despite all harmonization efforts, here systems behavior of the systems, it's totally different in many of ACDM airports. So if you have a chance, go on Google, type on the search bar EUROCONTROL ACDM. So your first choice would be the EUROCONTROL ACDM page where you will have a map, and then all ACDM airports will be there, and then you could go to each of them and find some specific information where some non-standard implementation is made, and then you will get a better understanding where you need to report ready, when your flight will be suspended, etc. There is also links to DPI implementation guides, which is helpful for your education. So now I move to TOBT and EUBT. So current rule says that it should not be more than 15 minutes difference. So therefore, if it's more than 15 minutes, tower could reject the start path for your flight, and you will be forced to update your EUBT at the last moment. We have a EUBT update service at EUROCONTROL, so it's available, but not for all airports. So if you'd like to benefit from that, I suggest you to contact the airport team in EUROCONTROL. And also in NMP, we have ACDM alerts, so you could set up the tool so it will warn you in case there is a discrepancy. So now I move to ETFMS and IFPS. So ETFMS is a flow system, and IFPS is a flight planning system. So your EUBT updates, delay messages are going to the IFPS system, and from there they are transferred to the ETFMS, but the DPI messages only incoming into the ETFMS. Okay, so here the typical situation that you experience is that also, again, back to the EUBT validity, when the flight have a short EUBT validity, for example, let's say of 9 minutes, you could send delay maximum to the 8 minutes, but you could update EUBT for unlimited time. So, and when you're in a situation that it's more than 15 minutes difference, so you need to change the route, but you're unable to, because you're unable to send a delay message, and then you end up the situation that you don't have a fuel, and then you will face quite a significant delay in this case. Regarding the slot extension, my colleague mentioned already it's not available when you depart ACDM airport. On the e-Helpdesk it's blocked, so it's also obviously not available on the phone. We're still getting some phone calls requesting the slot extension when you depart CDM airport. So here the only solution is to update your TOBT, and your slot will be recalculated. Then we have a situation when ADPI is sent, so your flight is off block, then the tower normally have possibility to request via e-Helpdesk, or some towers have the ADPI tower update functionality, so they could request slot extension or next available slot if it's too late. So regarding flight suspensions, the CDPI message could be sent anytime before flight is airborne. Here we face typical situation that you off block, you have a technical issue. For example, you're returning back to stand, and then the option is to update your BT or send a delay message is blocked because we haven't received the CDPI message. Okay, so the first solution here that your crew need to ask tower to send that message. So in exceptional cases, if tower unable to do so, we have a technical possibility to do it from our side. Okay, so please give us a call in this case or send a message in the e-Helpdesk. And there is also suspension by FAM of the flight. So here example might be that again after off block you had a certain TTOT, and 17 minutes after the TTOT, if you're not reported as airborne, your flight will be suspended, even if you're number 1 or 2 for departure. So here the only solution for you is to send the delay message for this flight. But here, when you depart from the busy airport, like for example CDG, the system will take the delay message EOBT at the standard taxi time, because system don't know that you are very close to the runway. And then even if flight is regulated, you will end up with the CTOT, which will be 25 or 30 minutes after, depends on the taxi time. So here solution is that your crew need to contact the tower, and tower need to send ready message. Okay, so with the minimum line time of 1 or 2 minutes, and then we will be able to improve your CTOT. So TDPIS and the REAS status, which you could see also on NMP. So here we need 2 conditions fulfilled. So it should be TOBT -5 and TDPIS message received. So in some airports, having optimal pre-departure sequencer, they send TDPIS message quite early, 30 to 40 minutes before departure sometimes. And then here it's a very important value is the TTOT and TDPIS message, okay? So you might have an indication that the flight is ready on NMP, but if value of TTOT is within slot tolerance window of the CTOT, then your flight will not be improved, will not benefit from the automatic improvement mechanism for the ready flight. Okay, so we need in the TDPIS message TTOT before CTOT -5. And then here also typical examples, we're getting calls for Lisbon, where they have complex operations with the arrivals of departures. So sometimes they have a ground delay of 20, 30 minutes there. So if you see that all other flights having plus minus the same issue, so there is obviously no issue because everybody is delayed. But last summer we experienced many cases that something just went wrong with the ACDM platform in certain airports, and the TTOTs communicated in the TDPIS message were like 1 or 2 hours after the TOBT. So, and obviously, like for example, in case if you depart from Stuttgart, you could go to the Stuttgart flight list. If you see there is a difference between the TOBT and the TSAT of, I don't know, standard 10, 5, 15 minutes, and only for your flight it's 1 or 2 hours, it's obviously some issue is there with the TDPIS message, and this is a good point to contact us, explain the situation, and we will try to help you with that. So training. We have a training stand in the lobby today, so ACDM is included in flight planning course. It's also there is a separate course for ACDM. So if you feel that you or your colleagues need more training on that, please approach my colleague Christian in the lobby. So now it's already, I think, more than 30 airports, and good level. good level of knowledge is really essential to operate from these airports. So I really strongly suggest to have 1 or 2 persons in your airlines at a very good level of understanding the ops log, DPI messages, etc. So again, refer to the Stuttgart case. Any other case, if you have a problem, so please report it via the e-Helpdesk. Helpdesk, if you need, if I don't know, 300 characters is not enough, then you may call and explain the situation to us. Also, it would be beneficial if you analyze a bit ops log yourself before calling us. And provide us a possible issue which is happening there, and then we could quickly resolve your problem. Otherwise, if you don't understand what's happening, we are happy to help you, and we will analyze and try to find a solution for you. And regarding the tactical occurrences which happened during the day, we fix them. So I understand you are very busy also during the summer in your operation, but please spend the time in the end of your shift maybe and file the incident report to our incident unit. So we will have a colleagues who is working there. They are analyzing the situation. They look what happened to the flight. They address issue to specific airport. If there is recurrent problem, maybe they will come back with some solution which is going to be permanent later and will not happen again. That's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris, Sarah, and Dima. So we will open the floor for questions on the 2 subjects, one mainly about the AOLO, but also the ACDM that Dima mentioned. Sorry. Please.
Yes, question for previous topic regarding, first of all, thank you for your support. Regarding communication with aircraft, is it possible only in your control zone? Or, for example, in Northern Africa, we may ask you.
Yeah, it's just in the EUROCONTROL zone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kenneth?
Yeah, I was just wondering with the ACDM airports, is this, most of this is also applying to the advanced ATC tower airports, the like CDM light airports? They do have DPI messages, I know, but do you treat them the same as the CDM airports?
I could check. So advanced tower airports, it's only providing limited set of the messages. So it's DPI, ADPI, and CDPI. So basically, you as an airline have a full control of your flight. You still could update your BT, and you still could ask for the slot extensions. So you full control in your hands. So there is only better information to the network when the aircraft is pushed back or when the aircraft is returning to the stand. So it's very beneficial to us to know to optimize the capacity.
Thank you. I'm just preparing a quick demo. Other questions? Okay. Chris has someone that was sent through the computer.
So it was mentioned that if the ground handler updates the TSAT, the flight will not be labelled as a late updater. Does that mean the flight cannot take advantage of the additional tools given to late updaters?
Sorry, Chris, may you repeat the question?
Yeah, so the question is, if the ground handler sends an update to the TSAT, the flight is not labelled as a late updater, as was mentioned before. So does that mean that the flight cannot take advantage of the additional tools given to late updaters, like, you know, hole filling and all that sort of thing?
Yeah. So the first would be the correction. The ground handling unable to update the TSAT. So TSAT is generated automatically by the system in the ACDM airports. So the ground handler could update only TOBT, which is a target off block time. Okay, so the first correction. And then later, as also Nima mentioned, if there is a TOBT update when you departed from the CDM airport, the U flag is not in the system, so you're not marking in the NM tools as a late updater, but you still benefit from the same, from the pending slots, from the recover whole mechanism, exactly the same as a late updater when you depart from non-CDM airport and send the delay message.
Okay, another question was, I understand that a CTOT extension request is not possible from a CDM station. Why is it not?
Yeah, I think we don't really have an answer for that apart from CDM airports don't want us to. They say let us manage the flights at our airport with the mechanisms in place. So they don't want Eurocontrol to get involved in that mechanism, otherwise we could get into a mess. That's my guess, best guess, sorry. But we, yeah.
And the third question, can an EOBT and TOBT mismatch lead to an earlier or later suspension of the flight plan?
I think in some cases, some airports set up in the way if there is a mismatch extending certain value, then CDPI may be sent, and it's obviously it's a flight suspension. So in short, yes, but probably not in all ACDM airports.
Sorry again. Let me just say something and you correct me if I'm wrong. Delay messages can only be sent by the airline, so the aircraft operator. Yes, no? Okay, because we had instances where, let's say, ground staff delayed our flights without our knowing, and then it was complete chaos.
Yeah, well, actually, delay message sent may be sent by anyone having access to AFTN. So
there's not a filter that the system does not filter the airline originator or the FTN originator and accepts only those. Okay, no. Thanks.
No, of course, there is no reason they should do that without the authority to do it. There is now, as we go into more control over cybersecurity, we're looking at potentially putting protection in interfaces like this to not allow another airline to change the flight of a competitor. But at the moment, and for the last decades, AFTN and CETA have been open for any of that, and no one has ever controlled it. But also, there is the case for certain airports where airlines subscribe to the airport sending delay messages on their behalf. But that's a different case. And also, if it's your ground handler, that's between you and your ground handler, nothing to do with the airport or NM. Okay. Okay, so we're 7 minutes before a very quick coffee break. I just want to demo something quickly for you. It was mentioned about the RRP message, which is a reroute proposal, which is mainly sent by Network Manager. As we move forward, we will be seeing some ATC flow management positions sending RRPs through the NM systems, starting with STAM RRP, short-term ATFCM measures, and then potentially other non-STAM RRPs in the future. But I just want to show you how the tool works in terms of an RRP. So in this case, I've set up my flight list to highlight. I've added a column, the rerouting column, also the respond by column, which you can see I have 3 active RRPs in this list with respond by in the next 15 minutes. And I've ordered the list to bring them to the top for me to action. I'm going to take the cargo locks. If I click on the in the list, I can either I can go manually to the flight management tab, but if I click directly on the link that is active while there is still a response possible, it automatically opens the flight management tab and shows me the reroute proposal that's been sent to me. In this case, I look at the it's nearly all in green, telling me that the delay has come down significantly from 218 minutes to 25, and I have positive EET, nautical miles, and fuel charges with an increase of about $300 worth of route charges. Now, if I want to, I can analyze that, and if I want to copy that route into my flight planning system, I can do that. If I want to validate it, to check if it's still possible, plot it on the map, etc., I have the same tools that Andrea basically showed this morning. And quite important for the network is that the mechanism of a reroute proposal takes the slot that the flight is currently in and creates a new virtual flight in the system with the slot that the new CTOT represents. And so for 30 minutes until that is either somebody sends a reroute, you send a reroute and take that, and as Sarah mentioned, the routes have to be the same to what you send when you send a change message, otherwise it doesn't match. But what's important is the delay of 23 minutes is booked for 30 minutes. It's guaranteed that at the moment you accept it, you will have 23 minutes delay for that flight. It does not mean that other mechanisms of regulation, rectification, whatever, could change that again. But at the moment, the slot is booked of 23 minutes. If you send a change that is the same as the route that was first proposed, then you will have that reduction in delay, as long as it's within the 30 minutes. And what's important is, as soon as you analyze it, if you think it is not suitable for you, can you please, there's a reject RRP button here, can you please reject that proposal as soon as possible, because it frees up the slot that we have booked and leaves that available for other flights in the regulation. I'm conscious of time. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to stop this presentation now, so you can go and get a well-deserved cup of coffee or have a smoke, whatever you want. Can you return at 3:15, please? I have a very short follow-up presentation to do, and then I can take questions after that. But can you come back at 3:15, please? Thanks.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to take your seats, we're approaching the final session of the first day. So well done, you've made it this far. There's a few people fallen by the wayside, but you guys have pushed through and you made it. A bit like Newcastle on Sunday. Yes. Okay. As was explained just before, Andy has a couple of things he would like to demonstrate regarding reroute proposals. So what we'll do is I'll introduce Andy in a moment. I know Andy needs no introduction, but we will introduce him anyway. And then after that, if there are any questions, I'll give a few minutes to get a few questions out, not just about what Andy was discussing, but also the session before. Now, unfortunately, I wasn't here, so I don't know what went on, so you guys are going to have to ask the questions without any prompting from me, but that's okay. So we do that, and then Andy wants to come back again. There's no stopping him. He wants to come back again, and then we will introduce Natalia. So we have 3 more short demonstrations. Then we will have an opportunity for questions and answers. We have some already which we'll put up on the board, on the screens in a minute or afterwards, but obviously priority goes to those questions from the hall. Okay, so let's crack on then. Andy, over to you, sir.
Thank you. So, following on from the case where a reroute proposal was sent to you by NM and you responded positively or you rejected it, what we ask is that there are tools available. NMUI Flight in the future will be more enhanced to help you, but try to use those tools first. Try to help yourself rather than first stop, come to NM and ask for help. Because a lot of the tools that our system, well, sorry, the automated system that drives these sort of tools is the same system that the staff in our ops room are using. So in quite a lot of cases, if you're asking for a reroute proposal, when you come to NM, a lot of the time they're going to ask using the same tool. So we'd get the same response you would if you just use this tool up front. Now, of course, after that, there's a lot of potential with our AOLOs and flight planning staff to go in and use their experience to find reroutes that aren't proposed by the tool. But as a first stop, we ask you to have a go yourself using this tool, then ask for help if you need by. And that's why I don't know if those who have used the e-Helpdesk request for reroute proposal, when you do it through the NMP Flight, the first question comes up, have you tried to do it yourself? And you have to answer, yes, but I couldn't succeed, now I go. It's a prompt already, and if you say no, it says, well then please go and try yourself before you come to us, or even in the system trying to get you to do that. And another point I want to make is that, you know, these tools aren't for airlines inside Europe who are used to seeing lots of delays in European airspace and use these tools to help yourself. These are tools for everybody that operates into Europe. I'm going to take an example now of a Singapore Airlines flight that's operating out of Copenhagen, has a heavy delay in Copenhagen. What we have seen in the past is that some of the carriers from outside Europe just sit on a delay. They think that's it. That they've been told they are delayed. Wait 2 hours. They don't even realise that there's help to be had to get out of that delay. So I'm just going to take an example today just to show you that. So I'm in my flight list. You'll see I'm in a crazy regulation with massive delays, which has been set up deliberately for this demo. And I'm going to take, let me see, Singapore 351. I just click on the call sign, which opens me into the flight management screen, showing me on the map that I'm clipping a airspace in Hungary, which is very, very heavily regulated. And so from a user, my first thought is, I've got 263 minutes delay, just hit the propose routes button and tell me what I get. Now I'm going to move a little bit later. I'm going to mention about this time it takes, because there is a limit set in the system to never wait more than 30 seconds. And sometimes that means it stops looking for routes which it could potentially find for 30 seconds, and there's tricks to get around that. So it's found me some flights. I look on my map, and they're all going through Hungarian airspace. I stupidly forgot to ask it to avoid the airspace. Good, thank you. So now, so we have the option to avoid Hungarian airspace, and it's a quick option that when I tick it, it automatically fills in the avoid measures field in the criteria. And that's why it was so quick at finding solutions. Yeah, so this can take quite a long time because the mechanism behind it has four ways of finding route proposals. 3 of them are very quick. It looks at flights already in the system. It looks at flights flown, operated in the last year, and it also has a smart mechanism which takes 2 sets of flights that have operated in the last year, melds them together and comes up with a solution. But the CPU, the computer power-hungry algorithm is a generator which really tries, like an optimizer in your flight planning systems, tries to build the route, and that takes time. So if you want to potentially go further, when you do a search, there is a way in the mechanism, in the proposed routes criteria, is generated, standard, and mixer. If you deselect generated, it will always reply. It will look at every route possible in the route catalog, etc., without launching the computer CPU-hungry algorithm. And so that sometimes is a way to get results that you don't get when you're waiting and seeing the computer trying to generate routes. So in this case, I've got 2 routes, and I zoom in on my map, and they're all going through Hungary. But if I look at the vertical view, you'll see, if you look closely, that it's because the regulation only starts at 3, 4, 5, so the system has found a way to get underneath the regulation, still on a horizontal plane. It looks like it's going through it, but of course it is going through Hungary, but it's not going through the high-level regulated airspace, which might be a solution that you like. But if you don't like that, you can go into the criteria, and you'll see that in the avoid measures, the system by default looks for horizontal and vertical reroutes. So if I deselect the vertical and I go back and do a proposed routes again, this time hopefully it will find me horizontal proposals. Again, I've left everything ticked, so it's going through the process, taking up to 30 seconds to search. And by default, it'll come back and it will show me the 5 most cost-efficient routes that it has managed to find through its search algorithm. It's up to you. You can change this. The values can be between 1 and 10, but it's based on costs that our system calculates. And it's not proposing anything. When you talk about the cost of fuel, it's not comparing that to what your flight planning system has started with. It's comparing your route with our costs and algorithm, with the proposals with our cost and algorithm. So the delta should be okay. It's not, and certainly we are not suggesting we have a more accurate fuel calculation, route charges calculation, etc. It's just that the comparison between our algorithm is comparing apples with apples. So you can change that if you want. I go back and it hasn't found any routes for me. So now I have to think about a little bit what Andrea mentioned it this morning. There's other ways to try to force it. The route generator will only look for a route based on your current route. It will only go 30% further horizontally than your current route, and that's a parameter that you have in the interface. If you want, you can increase that to 300. Just for speed now, I'm going to deselect the generated and proposed routes and see if just by extending the route it will help me. So by extending that route, it has now found me some alternate routes. And now I look in the system and they're looking a little bit crazy. However, I've got no delay and I've just saved. And of course that is the trade-off you're doing. Am I going to sit on the ground for 263 minutes? Or as you see in this algorithm, our fuel calculation on your original route versus our fuel calculation on the alternate is telling us that it's $6,500 more expensive. Now, if the 263 minutes is going to cause a night stop for 300 passengers, $6,000 isn't a lot anymore. So of course, that's your choice to make that, and that's what our tools are. It's mentioned by Andrea. These are not saying this is what Eurocontrol are suggesting that you do. We're saying, look, it's not really our job to provide route finding tools. We do it because we can help you. There should be other systems out there finding these routes for you, but it certainly isn't something that should just be taken from our system and sent as a request, saying, yeah, here we go, I take this. This has to be an operation. Now, you don't have to put it through your flight planning tool if you don't have an advanced flight planning tool. It doesn't matter to us which way, but it's your responsibility to make that decision before you file the reroute. You can't file the reroute and then come back afterwards and say, hey, your reroute caused me this difficulty, because it's only a proposal. And as you see on that picture, it is a bit crazy. And now, I can't go into it today. We will be publishing some video tutorials, some supporting documentation before the end of the year to give more information on these tips and tricks for the route proposals, something we haven't managed to get around to now. But there are other ways of doing it, of asking for non-compliant IFPS routes. If I click on the use field 15, it's similar to just putting a direct in the flight plan. So these tools all can slightly start changing those route proposals. And as Andrea said this morning, if you take one of the invalid routes in IFPS, or you take one of the crazy routes and put that in as the starting point for the next search for routes, it sometimes just gets better and better, and then in the end you find something which is better than you're seeing on the map there. However, you could argue, why didn't you find that in the first place? But it's just that the algorithm has certain rules, and each time you make one of those differences, some of the rules are being given a higher priority, etc. I can't go into technical detail now. I don't even know it all. But yeah, that's the concept of this advanced flight management and the route proposals criteria associated to it. And the last thing I'm going to mention now is that if I've got this route that says it has no delay, I'll do a last validation on it. It says it's valid. It says there's no delay in there. And now I can send a change message, which goes through IFPS. But then I could become a late updater. It's never guaranteed that there's zero delay when the flight, for the milliseconds it takes to get through. There could be a race condition that the regulations have changed in the meantime, and I actually have another delay. However, we give this apply reroute option to you. So and it's very similar to the mechanism that we use when we send a reroute proposal. If I ask to apply a reroute, when I execute this, it saves my zero delay as a booked slot, so it's guaranteed for 30 minutes. And I can then go back, and you have two choices. You can either apply CTOT, which is the cases which we understand is not heavily used because it circumvents your flight planning system unless you have done some validation, but you could file the flight plan directly to IFPS, in which case a change is sent and you will get an acknowledgement from the change copied to you, and you get a slot cancellation message or a slot revision message based on that. But if you are going to take it through your flight planning system, if you choose the book CTOT option, that then creates what I mentioned before, this proposal flight with the new CTOT, and it sends the cancel message to IFPS. It cancels your flight, and very similar to the RRP, it waits for 30 minutes for you to submit a new flight plan. And as long as the route is the same as the one you selected, then that that slot of 0 minutes will be confirmed when the flight plan is filed. And this is really the mechanism that I suggest all of you go back, look at, think about using, because you're not a late updater when you do this. That cancel refile is not a late filer. If you do, the change message is not a late updater. So this mechanism has a lot of benefits to use compared to just going and taking the gamble that the moment you validate and then I send a change through IFPS manually, that when it comes back I get something I wasn't expecting, because this is the only mechanism where we will book that slot for you. That's where I will finish for now. Mr. Peregrine.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andy. I think with this morning's demonstration from Andrea and with Andy's demonstration there, I think you've had a very good overview of the functionalities that you need to or would like to use on a daily basis. So I'm just going to open the floor quickly. If anybody has any questions, anything that they would like clarification on, any comments, any reactions? Yes, sir. Yeah, no, it's okay. There's always one. This time it's you, but it could be anybody. It's okay.
I am sorry.
It's fine. Please, go ahead.
Emirates had a lot of better people to send than they sent me. I'm really, really sorry. Just a quick question. The book CTOT, it's only guaranteed for a 0 minute slot? Or let's say, for example, there's a forecast of 20 minutes of slot. It guarantees whatever we're seeing.
Yeah, exactly. That happened to be, not many regulations, so it took it out of the most penalizing regulation, which was the only one for the flight. There wasn't any others in this test system, so it was 0. It's very unlikely that you got that in our network in that case. So if it did go through another regulation, it would potentially have another value. Could
microphone, sir. Microphone.
Yeah. It's whatever.
Sorry. Yeah, just. The example was coming from 200 minutes of slots to, let's say, 20 minutes of slot. We would take it, right? So that would be booked.
Yes, it would. Whatever's shown and the value of the proposed routes, and it could be from 0 to whatever. Whatever's shown there is the booked value. It's certainly not always 0.
Okay. Yes, Richard.
Does the whole route have to be identical for the book slot or just the European portion?
Sorry, it's just that Martin came to see me in the break. In normal circumstances, we're only rerouting inside the European part. We can't guarantee anything. Now, you may have seen, like some eagle-eyed colleagues saw, that the reroute proposal before the break did a reroute in China as well, and that's only because it was a test scenario, and the box which says "Do not reroute outside the zone" had not been selected. So normally we would not be proposing a reroute a portion of the route outside.
Okay, gentleman there.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry to tell me, please, if we apply a new route and it already regulated, for example, for 20-minute slot, but another AOC, another aircraft operator will apply the same route on the same destination, my slot will be recalculated, correct? I mean, is there some mechanism to prevent this new route of overcharging?
At the time that you press the book button, your slot is guaranteed, and when you refile, as long as there is a match, you will get whatever it was. Now, if another aircraft operator at the same time is doing similar, the computer will give whatever to that aircraft operator is left. You've got something booked. It can't influence what's been booked by you. The only thing that happens after you've refiled is that the dynamic network, there are a lot of times the regulations are changed. And when that happens, whatever you booked can change. It doesn't guarantee that forever whatever you booked will remain like that. It's just guaranteeing at the time you refile, then you will get what was booked. But then it's open.
So only regulation change may make my slot worse, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Hi, Alex from Delta Airlines. Just a quick clarification on the earlier question. So you said it has to file exactly we have to file exactly what was presented in order to use the book value. If there is a portion that we want to change for an operational reason outside the Eurocontrol zone, say I want to adjust my routing in the United States, will the system pick up on that, or will it flag it as a change and not honor the booked CTOT?
That's a really good question.
Which unfortunately I didn't hear because I was talking to Natalia, so you'll have to...
The matching algorithm, will it match as well outside the zone? Does it need to match outside the zone? However, I don't know, but we will
come back
clarify that this evening and try to get you an answer tomorrow, I hope. But the good news is that we are looking at changing that algorithm, because there are many times where when you take that route and put it in your optimizer, the level change might need to move by 1 point. You might just need a slight vertical deviation. And we know that our matching algorithm is too precise. It's not really operationally relevant if the flight is still going through the same sectors, the same regulated airspace. It doesn't matter if the level changes or not. So we're looking at potentially by the end of the year or middle of next year having a different algorithm which is a little bit more operationally intelligent than the current one.
Okay, thank you. We can take a couple more questions if necessary. Richard?
Just one question, you may not be able to answer this. Are any of the flight planning providers looking to do B2B access into your optimizer? So that, like, say, AOLO or Flight Keys is able to see via the B2B connection these solutions?
I don't think I know one that isn't using our B2B connection for some reason. I know Ed's in the room. He's a happy customer of our B2B web services. But yes, most, I think, probably do use the route proposals algorithm to ask us to give them possible routes, which they then use as a basis in their optimizer to continue. There are so many different web services that are available, so I can't tell you exactly. I know it's commercially sensitive for them as well, exactly what they're using our web services for, but most of them are using it and are continually to build new versions of their own software based on data coming from the network manager.
Thanks, Andy. So, 2 questions here, and then I think we may have to start winding up to, in fact, your next demonstration. But, gentleman here, yes.
Okay, so hello, I'm Alan from Flight Ops Support, and I wanted to ask you if it's a time frame from when we book the slot and when we have to refile it. It's, I don't know, if we will book now and we will refile in 10-15 minutes.
It's 30 minutes. You have 30 minutes from the moment you press the button until the update has to have been received in our flow management unit. Sorry, our flow management system.
Okay, so you've got time to go and get a cup of tea and then come back and refile the flight. Excellent. Okay, gentlemen there.
Hello, Anna from TUI Fly again. We had last summer some issues when we validating produced flight plans in NMP Flight. It showed us at some occasions very small or even no slots. As soon as we filed them, it was clearly evident it was in their regulation. We validate the flight plans with arrival regulations, and the system didn't show the trajectory without any regulation. Is that found or fixed?
Yes. I remember the case. I remember working with TUI on that. And yes, we found a bug system deficiency which has been solved.
Good, I like those ones. That was a good one. Maxim, would you like to ask a question?
Hi.
The question is related to, does the EUROCONTROL is, when they offer the route for us, that they checking the, for example, navigation capability of the aircraft. For instance, we have flight from Portugal to UK. Yeah, and there is the flight path in the close vicinity to NAT region. For example, I have seated couple of hours, I requested the route proposal, and they offer me the route which is heading to the NAT region. However, my aircraft is not capable to offer, for example, I don't have any data link mandates or something else. And especially taking into consideration the Keflavik site, let's say, will be part of the EUROCONTROL as well. But there is a different rules for the operation in NAT region.
Yes, it does consider the equipment that you specify. If you don't specify equipment, there are certain cases where you don't have to. It used to have a bad default. It used to just have, you need to be SS in field 10A and B. Now we've changed the system to be more intelligent, that you need to be HF if you're going to go on the ocean, for example. But still, it needs, if there are no regulations in European airspace to force that equipment to be carried, our route proposals is just looking whether the flight plan is rejected or not by IFPS. So in the case of the ocean, there is a regulation in NM systems which says if you enter the Atlantic, you must have equipment H in your flight plan. And if you don't, it's rejected. The same as we now have with the CPDLC 285 and above in Maastricht, that you have to have, if you've got J1, you've got to have a code in the field 18. These sort of checks are enforced in our route proposals only if there's a rule in the system to enforce it.
Does that answer your question, sir?
So, as I understand correctly, the EUROCONTROL, they're basically checking the equipment of the aircraft, so we can rely, or it's because we had the
we're
case.
not checking. Sorry.
So I mean, we had the case when the EUROCONTRol offered the route for the North Atlantic region. Aircraft departed, and we had the problems with the CPDLC communication because aircraft doesn't have CPDLC equipment itself. So that is why there is a tricky region from the Portugal to UK, and it's in close vicinity of the NAT region. So that is why we are.
I think that the difference is there is what equipment you need to be carrying based on AIPs, supplements, and all of the other rules out there are not checked by default in our systems. The only time we check something is if an ATS unit comes to us and asks us to put something hard-coded in IFPS to check for equipment. So what you should not see is a route proposal that then when you file it to IFPS, it gives you an error for equipment. That's different to we giving you a route proposal, and ATC says you shouldn't be up here because you haven't put J1 in your flight plan, because no one's asked us to look for J1 on the North Atlantic. Do you understand it? It's got to be a really hard defined rule for us. We don't check blanket all aeronautical publications and then give route proposals based on that.
So I think, Maxim, I think your question was, can you rely on that? No, you can't. You have to make sure that you've done your due diligence as well. It's only if we've been asked to hard code it as well that we would do that. I think it's, I can't see any other hands up in the room at the moment, although if there, oh yes, I can, right at the back, and of course it's about as far away from me as it's possible. So I'm going to just go around here and then up here, and then I'm going to go along, and I'm going to be exhausted by the time I get to you.
Hello, Lucas from Fly 7 Business Jet Operator. My question is, does this button, like book seats, work for cancel and refiles for timing changes or only for routing changes?
Good question.
The
Andy.
one question I was hoping not to get. No, it does not. It does not work for timing changes only. And the reason is that we're concerned it would give too much opportunity for EOBT manipulation. Let me put it, I stop there before I get into trouble. At the moment, personally, I think it would be very useful. However, I have colleagues that disagree, so it's work in progress, let's call it.
Thanks for the question. I'm sure Andy's very thankful. Okay, I think, okay, one more, and then we really do have to wind it up. Otherwise, you'll be here till 6 or 7 o'clock without the networking drink. So I think I'll take this one last question, and then we'll move on to the next section.
Dispatch from Junior Airline, and my question is, will the rerouting take into consideration of the country that need the overflight permit?
No, we don't consider at Eurocontrol at all overflight clearances, overflight.
So there's no checking of overflight permits on any rerouting or any of those things. Voila, you would have to revalidate that yourself. Okay, thank you. Okay, good, thank you. Thank you for the question as well, thank you. Okay, so we'll move on now, and the next demonstration is from Andy. So Andy, this is about how future login, how we're going to log into the systems. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is. Sorry about this monotony that I'm causing. So in MFA, another acronym, we love acronyms at Eurocontrol, multi-factor authentication. So at the moment, those of you who use our secure access systems, you have a software token, generally RSA secure ID software token installed on PCs. We're moving away from that with the new systems to MFA. And what that means is that every single individual user, person who connects to our system, doesn't matter if it's in a secure OCC, it doesn't matter that it's the same PC, each individual will require to have been configured in our MFA system, which means that each email address for everybody who is connected, plus or minus 45,000 at the moment, we think, will have to have had a corporate email address, so no Gmails or Yahoos, sent to our systems, and they will then receive in return a configuration process to their email address, which they have to configure, and basically MFA is what you use when you connect to your bank. That thing that when you connect, something comes in on your tablet or your phone, and that you have to verify that it's you, and then the system works. And so each individual will be required to have gone through the process to register and install in that process of registering with the MFA, and then they will be able to connect to our secure systems. This is in place as of the release in November. So if you're going to start using our new systems in November, you will have had to go through that process. Of course, we will still, in November, have the old NMP Flight available through the current URL with the current secure access tokens that you use. If you choose not to move or want to wait, whatever, so we will still have for 6 months the old version, but at some point you're going to need to move to this individual login. At the moment, we're looking at ways of, the thought is that we will have a single point of contact at each organization who will be responsible through connecting to an NM system, some tool, potentially in NMP Flight for the airlines, that there will be a way of configuring your dispatchers' email addresses in that system, so you're still using the same tool. It's not been decided yet, but the idea is to have that single point of contact, configuring the emails. So if somebody leaves the organization, you can quickly remove them yourself so they don't have access after leaving your organization, etc., etc. I don't want to go into the full details of it today. That's just a heads up of where we're going. Crystal, who's sitting up there, is going to be outside, far left, next to the fade lady, Camille. And any further questions, please speak to Crystal. I just will give you a demo of it working. This is my ops system now that I'm using, and in EUROCONTROL we already have a couple of applications which have moved to the new system, the new platform. Network Plan is one of them. I hope I haven't timed out by waiting too long. And at the moment, the system that we use for access is a choice. Now you're going to be able to use the standard MFA applications, Google, Microsoft, etc. This one we're using at the moment is called Okta. So I press the Okta link. I have to put in my, sorry. I hope I don't mess this up like I messed my route proposals. You have to put your Okta password in, not your organization's standard password. And you'll see now it asks me to Okta verify. So I ask it to send my mobile device a push notification, which has just arrived. It goes here. I say, yes, it's me. And I'm into NM systems. That's the process that our new security policy is going to be asking you to do through access to our future systems.
Thanks, Andy. So I think some of you are already aware of this change to our system. As Andy said, if there are detailed questions on this, then I think that's best addressed outside of this particular room. Crystal will be available afterwards to answer any questions, and of course tomorrow. But if there are any just relatively high level questions, more of the concept, then I'm happy to take them now. I'm not seeing any hands up at the moment. So I think we will allow Crystal to answer any of your more detailed queries. As I say, you don't have to be ready on November the 4th or 5th. It's the 5th. There will be a transition period, but ultimately your organizations will have to go in this direction, as I'm sure most of you already use on your personal devices anyway. Okay, so let's now move on then to the final demonstration of the day, which is related to the NMP Flight, and Natalia Kraminska is going to give us an overview of that. We will then follow that up with a final Q&A session before we do a wrap-up. Natalia, to you. I think we're ready. Okay.
Hello. Good afternoon. It's nice to see you all refreshed after the coffee break. Far after the coffee break. Please bear with me as I'm setting up the environment for the demonstration.
So again, while Natalia is setting up the demonstration, please feel free to use your QR codes to ask any questions. It's looking like at the moment we won't have a huge amount of time for questions at the moment after this demonstration, but we will still log them. We'll either address them tomorrow or we will ensure that there is some form of FAQ or something to make sure that your questions get addressed. So even if we don't get round to addressing the questions today or even tomorrow, we will ensure that that you get an answer, because it's important that we maximize the opportunity for learning. Natalia, are we ready? It's looking like it.
Yes, I'm ready. So please let me introduce myself once again properly. I am the product owner of the NMUI Flight, and NMUI stands for Network Manager User Interface. And as Andy has mentioned before, this is a feature of our current tool, the NMP Flight. So the transition will be carried out step by step, and all of the changes that we will bring, it will be covered by a respective online help package, and as well we will be updating our flight management zone videos, which I highly encourage you to use at the moment until the new system is released. So the software environment I will be using right now is a development platform. So this means that even at the moment, the development team may perform actions on building the content of the application. So please take our apologies in case of any possible glitches. Let's start our demo with the query form. As just an overview, my plan was to walk you through the main parts of the application, and we are starting with the query form because it's basically the beginning of all the process. And the first change within the query form is a possibility to configure the time, the query time period. So at the moment, we have quite an extensive time period default time. So if the system time is before noon, this means that the time period within the query form will be plus 12 hours. And if the system time is after 12 p.m. afternoon, then the query time period will be until the end of the current day. Of course, it is currently possible to adjust the times from and to here with the help of the time picker, but it would be much better if we could configure the time defaults. So this will be possible to do via the user settings and user settings and preferences. And here we have a dedicated tab on this window where we present the banner that will inform you on the default system settings. And with a simple click, you will be able to set up your own time query period. So let's try to do it as -2 plus 3 hours system time. And we can see immediately our change has been applied. The next update within the query form will be a possibility to input more registration marks into the registration mark query field. At the moment, it is limited up to 50, but starting from the new release, it will be this number, it will be extended to 100 registration mark. There will be a counter as well, and this type of notification to you within the field. Another update I want to show you within the query form is a possibility to customize the traffic volume and flow tab. So currently it consists of two elements, which is a good base for a search, for building a query. But just in case you need a more granular view on the situation, you can add the traffic type option, which will be represented as a drop-down window containing traffic demand, traffic load, and regulated demand criteria. I will show you now how to enable this option. So in the same tab as where we have configured the time period, we have a traffic volume and flow settings. The basic one, it's a default, and extended. And as you see, there is a new window here, a drop-down window, where we can select the traffic type and then compose a query. Let's move on to the alerting mechanism of the NMUI flight. So as a quick reminder, the current alerting mechanism consists of 3 options. There are focus alerts that basically bring the concerned flights to the top of the flight list. The user alerts, it's a possibility to configure the respective highlights depending on the criteria. And the ACDM alarms, that is a representation of notifications in ACDM column of the flight list. So the first update within the alerts is a possibility to set up an alert for the volcanic ash cloud. So this alert will notify you if the flight within your flight list have been affected by the volcanic ash cloud. If we move on to the user alerts, we have a handful of updates here. So we have added an alert to notify the user about the oceanic reroute. So it's a situation when the oceanic exit point for the flight differs from the one that was originally planned. And for this case, it will be possible to set up an alert about the fact of this occurrence, and the options are pretty standard and similar to the ones you have already in the current version of the system. It will be possible to highlight the text within the flight list, to mark the row, and to highlight cell. Also, there will be possible to set up an alert to be notified about the sharp turn pattern within the aircraft trajectory. Same as here, parameter setting up is similar to the existing mechanism. The next alert we have here is a yo-yo. The possibility to be notified about the yo-yo pattern in the calculated flight profile. And last but not least, within the user alerts, we have a notification, we have implemented a notification about the last received IFPS message. So as an example here, we have an IFPS message column, and it will be possible to set up an alert and specify which IFPS message you would like to be notified about. Also, as you can see, it is possible to do a multiple selection within this field. Let's move on to the updates within the flight list. I believe the flight list and the third pane are the most used functionality within the NMUI flight. And basically the updates within the flight list will be, we were targeting to enhance your daily usability and to streamline all the processes. And you will also see that there will be a lot of possibilities to configure your digital workplace. So the first update here will be the revamping of categories. At the current version of the system, the categories are represented as a star-shaped icon with just a handful of color options, so not much of personalization here. But starting from the next release, the categories will be presented as a circle. We have changed the shape of the icon. And the size also will allow to better distinguish the color and the category itself. As I click on the category icon, you can see that there are some colors with labels. This functionality, it will be possible to use it as a simple color markings because we have a list of the predefined colors for this. Either it will be possible to define the labels for the categories. I will show you in a moment. So this is how I assign the category. And if I hover over the cursor over this, I already can see what does this color marking mean. And the label assigning can be steered from the shared configurations where we have developed a separate menu, and this is the predefined set of new colors. Returning back to the flight list, maybe you have already noticed that we have an additional pane here. And this pane, basically, it is expandable. We have placed here new functionality which is called hide departed flights and hide landed flights. Those toggles, they serve as an instant filter that can instantly remove the departed flights, either landed flights from your flight list. Don't worry, not forever, it's just a filter. So I have departed flights already hidden from my flight list. Let's do it in reverse. I will show them. So those are the flights, let's say, not actionable. We don't want to focus on them. And when I'm hiding everything, we can focus only on the current situation. Additionally, when you make the selection here within the toggles, your selection will be saved within the user's preferences. And this will mean that this setting of the filter, it will be saved for your user profile. Even when you log out of the system and then return again, you will not need to set up the filter again. And the same also covers the view of this expandable panel. Two new functionalities here. We have possibility to print the flight list and to export the current configuration of the flight list. As for printing, it will print the current configuration, but the final representation of this print you will be able to set up at your printer settings window. As for the export, let's try to do this. Well, so this is the current configuration of the flight list in Excel format. Let's move on to another change. Another configurable setting. So currently the airport information is presented within the flight list in ICAO format. Starting from the next release, you will be able to select the formats of airport information representation, and you will have a selection between the current option, and also you will be able to select the IATA format for airport information representation. I will show you how to do this setting. It is a simple toggle, and if I select IATA here, then returning to the flight list, we will be able to see IATA format for departure airport, destination, and both of alternates. Just for convenience, we have added a tooltip which covers both codes. And also, if you do a query via AirDrome, you will be able to input both code formats as well. So the system recognizes the IATA code. The next update within the flight list will be a refined display of the, please bear with me. It just stick to me. It took rid of it. Well, let's try again. We have refined a display of the multiple regulation in the flight list. So from the first glance, not much has changed, because similarly to the current version of the system, we have the most penalizing regulation displayed as a plus sign next to it. But the plus sign basically is a clickable element, and when we click on it, we will see the as penalizing regulation here, and we don't need to expand a second glance or go to the flight management to get this information. Also, within the second glance, we have implemented a possibility to hide the send cancel and send delay buttons. Just for your convenience, if you don't use them much during your daily routine, you will be able just to hide them from the view. Also, a quick reminder that send cancel, it's also a new development, and you will have access to this option starting from the new release as well. Well, user settings and preferences. And here we can see the second glance actions visibility. A simple click, and we can set this show send delay action as visible, but if we click no, then they will be hidden. Just send SWM message. They're hidden indeed. Let's move on to the third pane. I think we need to wait a little bit on this. All right, in order not to spend the time on waiting, I will quickly switch to the slides. So within the flight management, the third pane, the improvement was in implementing the recenter button for the medium map. And actually, it will be working for the small map as well. The background is that when you are working within the flight management, and for example, when you are doing some route proposal actions and want to zoom in the map view, then when you need to zoom out the view to the initial state, you will need just to click this recenter button and it will instantly bring you to the initial position of the map. It will zoom out. And also in this screenshot, you can see that we have added the reference location indication in the validation results table. So naturally, when your flight is affected by action, affected by a measure, then this reference location will appear in the validation results. You will be able to copy it and to use further in your flight planning systems, for example, to avoid this regulation. A couple of words about the map. This is currently a work in progress for us. We are developing the map right now, but the current progress we have made is that now we can display the current active measures on the map. It is similar to current network situation display of the NOC portal. And the elements that are present on the map are dossier and the control panel. You can see on the slide, the dossier is on the left-hand side and the control tab is on the right bottom of the picture. Basically, the dossier will serve as a mechanism of search within the CACD entries, and you will be able to plot those results of search on the map, on the interactive map. And on the control panel, you will be able to use such tools as a polygon tool. Basically, it's a zone drawing, a vertical filter, azimuth tool, measure distance tool, and also you will be able to set up the map reflection according to the date and to the AROC cycle. Additionally to this, we have implemented a possibility to launch an empty large map. It will be possible to execute this action from the flight list directly, and this will be quite useful because you will be able to perform the necessary actions on the map without a necessity to plot any flights. Now I will try to return back to the environment. So the next update was focused on streamlining such a critical and crucial procedure as slot swapping. So first of all, I need to find a flight affected by regulation. So when we enter the regulation flight list, either from the flight details tab or directly from the query form, then the regulation flight list will have a slightly different appearance. You will notice that there is a specific sequence of the columns here on the top: category, entry, sorted ascending, ARC-ID, the swap, and registration. Just a little remark that this specific set of columns, it is not hard-coded, and if it's not convenient for you, you will be able to change it. But the most important thing is that we have a swap column, and you will be able to search for the candidates for slot swap within the selected regulation and to execute a slot swap. So this way you will have all the potential candidates in the same view. Since we have started to talk about the slot swap, let's take a look at the e-Helpdesk updates related to the slot swap as well. So when we are doing a request for the slot swap, currently we don't have much of information about the candidate flight. Starting from the next release, the view of the e-Helpdesk table for the slot swap will be a little bit modified because it will include the candidate ARC-ID and additional information. Also, the following update within the e-Helpdesk is the ADES column. Let's imagine a situation when you are trying to do improvements for the series of flights, and then on the e-Helpdesk request table you will be able to see the destinations where you might get a rejection for your request. So it's also a helpful information during your planning. Next update within the e-Helpdesk. Unfortunately, I won't be able to demonstrate it to you properly because all the requests I have here are very much current. So this is a toggle, again, an instant filter that will show you the e-Helpdesk requests that are valid for today. This will help you to focus only on the most recent requests. Alright, sorry for the loading. The update I wanted to show you was concerning the e-Helpdesk request sending. Currently, you are getting the confirmation of the request sending when you are sending a request for the critical flights. When you're sending requests, just a simple e-Helpdesk requests, you don't get any confirmation. We have implemented a quick notification, a quick confirmation represented as in the form of a pop-up window that will inform you that your request was successfully received by server. And you will not need to close that window because it will independently be closed after 5 seconds after it is shown. Well, I would like to show you a couple of updates within the Information Hub. We were looking at improving the ANM, ATFCM notification document view. And the first update here will be a possibility to select a document which was valid yesterday, today, and the document for the next day, of course, if it has been already published. Here we can see a case when the document is not published yet, so we can't access it. And in this case, the system gives us a notification that we need to wait a little bit because it is not yet published, and gives us the schedule of this publishing. But if we select a date and then go into the ANM menu, then we will see that here is a new filter panel where we can do a filtering by status. Also, we can do a filtering by FMP with the pre-selected options right here, reflecting the FMP identifier within the list. You will be able to do the sorting based on those criteria. And in the end, when your list is composed, you will be able to export this configuration as Excel document. Indeed, we were working on such an important functionality as a flight archive. Due to technical reasons, I will not be able to fill it in with the data, but basically we can access it under Options, and here we have Archive button. The main difference is this red frame, but in general, the representation of the flight archive does not differ much from the standard flight list configuration. The major difference, I would say, is a time picker, because here we have a calendar with the possibility to select dates up to 6 years in the past. And when the data is populated, the view is pretty similar to the flight list. Same table, same second glance, and the same third pane. I also would like to walk you through the user settings and preferences. I have shown you before how to configure some elements here, but I never explained. What is this? Basically, this is a brand new frame which comprises all the settings that can be selected or configured within the NMUI flight. You can see the indications here. It is divided into logical groups, but the elements within the user settings and preferences, I can divide them into 2 groups, and those will be the actionable items and just reflection of the settings. Actionable items is basically a possibility to configure something within this frame, and we have placed those settings here in order to declutter the application. In the critical parts of it. But as for alerts, for example, or flight list columns configuration, it's just a reflection of the current settings, a summary, let's say. We can't change anything in this menu. We only need to go to the respective functionality within the NMUI flight to do the change. And this brings us to the end of the demo. Of course, this is not the complete list of the enhancements we have prepared for the next release. Thank you so much for your attention today. Your suggestions for the next updates of the system are very valuable, and you can ask your questions or now, or you can approach me at the stand. I will be present there during all the days of our conference. So thank you, and I'm very much looking forward to see all those changes in action.
Thank you very much, Natalia. So am I, particularly. Nice, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Natalia. I'll come to the questions in a moment. There are a lot of new changes. We're always constantly looking to evolve the system. Those changes have come in consultation with aircraft operators and users of the system. It's not just stuff that Natalia and Andy have made up one day in the pub. They have actually consulted with everyone. So this is stuff that you guys have wanted. The archive was one that I particularly wanted, so I pushed that one as well. And I'm very happy to see that it's 6 years. I learned that today, so that's really good. Now, we don't have a huge amount of time yet before I want to wrap things up, and of course then we can go and have a bit of a relaxation. So what I'm going to do is, Chris has said that there's quite a lot of questions in the bank here that will probably answer a few of the ones that might go up by hand. So Chris, I'm going to go to you first.
Okay, thanks, Chris. NMUI will have flight following. Will it have flight following? And if so, will it have 4D alerts?
We can discuss this with the engineering team.
Okay, I think it'd be really useful. Another question, and it's a question that everyone's got, been asked a lot.
So I guess the answer to that one is not at the moment, but it is something we could put in the backlog potentially. We are discussing it, okay.
So on the NOC portal, there's dynamic colouring of delays, and also when will the map functionality be fully available like it is in CHMI today?
Well, the resemblance of the interactive map and the CHMI is our primary goal right now. And this is something that we are working on right now. This dynamic, yes, it is.
With the airways and everything?
The dynamic colouring of delays.
Yes, was one of the questions.
In what context?
So currently when you plot an area of delay on CHMI, it's different colours for different...
It is in the pipeline. We have
Okay,
defined this as a
can we
requirement.
just make sure that it's just not a private conversation? I just want to make sure everyone can hear. So, so you'll say we want to get to the stage, and Natalia has indicated that the end game here is to be able to replace the CHMI and all of the functionality of the CHMI map. I think it's not going to be fully available by 2.1. I'm asking here, not telling, but then it would be available afterwards. But can you just confirm that? Is that correct? I'm looking at you, Andy.
Most of the requirements to replace the CHMI map within NMUI Flight is coming in 2.1.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarity.
Okay, another question was, is there a way to check how many critical flights we have for our fleet at any given moment without having to ask for one?
So the counter for the critical flights, right? It's in the pipeline. It is defined in the backlog. 2.1.
So yes. Nicola, you've got to just go behind
Just
you.
to repeat, during the presentation of the help desk, we mentioned after submitting the critical request, you will get a pop-up window where it will be displayed how many left you have. But beforehand, as Andy mentioned, only as of November, if I'm not mistaken.
Indeed. So that functionality will be available in 2.1, yeah? Okay, so that's November. So are there any other questions in the room? Yes, Francois.
Yeah, is there any way possible to report the ELTDT search and rescue alerts in those type of tool?
We don't have this alert currently, but
because as far as I know, EUROCONTROL will host the LADR, which is the database of all of the reporting search and rescue alerts. So it could be interesting to do a sort of flight following on that, and to have the AOs have the alert directly on this type of tool.
I would say that there are ongoing conversations with different areas of EUROCONTROL in terms of the LADA implementation, in terms of the research and development that is going on down in Brittany for different elements that may be in the future incorporated into this tool. So it's not short term, but we are looking at medium long term of incorporating all of those elements when they are shown to be operationally ready to go into our main tool.
In the same way, we can think about squawking, aircraft squawking some special code, for example, to be reported on it.
At the
Because
moment,
it's squawked to the ATC.
what's under development, which will come in 2.1, but it's not ready to be shown, is that you will be able to set up an alert here now in the next release, and it will warn you if any of your flights have continued for a few seconds squawking 7500, 7600 or 7700. That's all we're concretely working on at the moment.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Francois. Gentleman at the back. So.
Yeah, just a quick and harmless one. Will there be a dark mode available?
So it's a huge effort from the design team. I can't promise this in Wave 2.1, but we're definitely talking about it and definitely working about it.
Thank you. Good one. Good question. Okay, any other questions on... Yes, sir. It's okay. It's okay.
I'm sorry. I really am sorry.
No.
It has to do with the individual logins also, and the new version of the NMUI. Will, within the airlines, all the users have the same type of access, or will some users be having some managerial access? And then, sorry, two questions in one, two in one. Will those people be able, or will we be able to see who did what when?
So at the moment we are working on the defining the user roles. So starting from the next release, this is our goal, to have defined the user profiles, as you said, a manager, a simple flight planner. But at the moment we haven't covered the possibility to track the actions. We can put it onto our pipeline. Yeah, thank you for the idea.
Andy?
Yeah, just on the individuals, that's the basis of the policy of Eurocontrol, to have every individual with MFA is to be able to, in post-ops, not necessarily in the tool, but in post-ops, to be able to have some record of which user did something specifically. Of course, that data will be very highly confidential, making sure that we follow all of the data protection rules that are necessary, but the idea is really behind that.
So that data will only be available upon request?
As Natalia said, we're still talking about it, so we're not sure, but it's not going to be, for sure, it's not going to be openly available for everyone to see in the day-to-day operational application.
But whatever we do has to be compliant with the GDPR, so that's something, and it is, as you'll be well aware, quite complex, so we need to make sure that we're as clean as we can on that one. Are there any other questions on this particular part of the day? No, it appears not, so thank you very much, Natalia. It's really interesting to see some of the new evolutions that are coming, and I think what has really impressed me as someone that has been working on these various applications from a distance is how responsive the NMUI or NMP Flight and NMUI team have been to your needs. I think in the past, sometimes our tools have been rather too engineer-led, and we've not always responded to the needs. And I think Andy's led the team, and now Natalia, to ensure that you guys get what you want. Oh, Andy says Andy looks like he's going to disagree with me, so I'll have to mention that in his appraisal. Andy, go ahead.
I'm going to stand up to do it as well. Now, you mentioned responsiveness, and I think it's a good time to mention the very poor performance of our applications last summer in terms of the slowing down of those applications, which impacted nearly all of the users. We are working very hard at the moment to identify solutions to that that will be deployed before this summer. So we have found some quick wins to solve it, but we have engineers working full-time to identify exactly what happened, and we are very confident that you won't see the same this summer, and I can only apologize on behalf of Boris for the poor performance last summer. No, it wasn't his fault. Not completely. Yeah, no, but seriously,
There's always got to be a fall guy, hasn't there? And in this case, it's
I do
Boris.
apologise on behalf of Eurocontrol for that poor performance, which I know impacted most of you in a very critical time.
Thank you, Andy. So I think we're now about 10 minutes from the official end. We're going to have a networking event afterwards. There'll be a drink available for people, and we can have a mingle and a chat and to reflect on what we've seen and heard today. Before that, of course, I'll let you out maybe 5 minutes early for a comfort break. I know it's sitting on your butt all day long can be quite challenging. But do you know what I've noticed in the time that I've been here? It was similar to last year as well. Very few people doing their emails. There was a couple, and I'll approach you later on an individual basis. But generally, people were not on their emails. They are actually listening. And that's really gratifying. It's noted. And it's gratifying from our perspective because it feels like we're getting something right. If we're not getting something right, then please tell us, and so that we can improve it either for tomorrow or for next year's event going forward. What I'd like to do now very quickly is then just do a quick wrap up. There's been an awful lot of information. You've been bombarded with stuff. I hope it's been useful. I've certainly learned quite a lot. And I really shouldn't, but I did. So first of all, Andy gave us a high-level view of the main application, the NMP Flight as it is now, an NMUI Flight, and how we're going to use that in the future. Mentioning that everybody will be transitioning. We would want everyone to transition to that tool so we can then decommission the other tools that are currently used. If you do have any issues with that, if you're not currently using the tool as been demonstrated, please talk to our people on the stands about the best way of transitioning to that one and getting the support, the tools, the training, etc. There's plenty of YouTube videos and such like that you can use and access to help train there. We also had an update or an overview of our pre-tactical or flight preparation and a lot of the information about what we do the day before operations, particularly on the INP. There was a few questions there I've noted down. Operators would like to be able to visualize where regulations are. I think you saw from Natalia's updates that our map is improving and you will be able to see a lot more of the current situation, but that is something that is noted. So we were asked about what data that we use for our, what we call our predict system, and we're using the previous week's data that is enhanced, and we're also enhancing it with EUACA data and various other sources. It's not 100% perfect, but it's not too bad, and it certainly serves the purpose. We're always looking to improve it, of course. We also did some questions on hotspots and what you would be expected to do in hotspot situations. We then went on to some work on summer 2025, what we're planning on doing for this summer, where we're introducing scenarios, in other words, the ability to block a particular piece of airspace so you can reroute around it based on weather. That's not something that we've done consistently before, but we are going to introduce that for this summer, and also the commensurate RAD relaxations. So where possible, we won't be forcing you to flight plan into an area where we know there is significant convective activity. So that's what we're planning for this summer. I think we're recognizing now, as we have done for the past few years, but we're really now understanding that we need to work together much more on weather. The weather ain't going away. It's getting more, I think I'm going to use a word that I'm not sure is English, impactful. It is having much more impact on our operations and your operations than it did 2 or 3 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, and we have to take account of that. So we had quite a lot of information about that. Then we moved on to Andrea's presentation about flight planning related activities, and a lot about some of the simple, straightforward messages, but also about what you guys should do when your flight plan goes invalid, and I think there was quite a lot of information there. We also then, Andy, and then we were looking at flight plans that are rejected from our system and what you can do there, and also about revalidation. So quite a lot of useful information there. I'm now going to turn over. Were there any particular notes from the session that I unfortunately missed this afternoon? We had a session from Nicola on the e-Helpdesk. And on all the various functionalities there and how best to handle that. Is there anything else that I've missed, Boris, that you would like to? Apart from what I actually did get some private feedback, which I wasn't going to share with the group, but I am now, is that a few people said, God, Chris, can you come back, please? Because Andy's absolutely terrible at this model.
Yeah, apart from that, nothing to add indeed.
Okay.
No, but really just quickly from Nima, the effect of the late updater was explained, and the key message shared with the participants, which is to update the flight plan and ask for ready message whenever it's possible. On Nicola's side, he provided the essentials link with the e-Helpdesk, explaining details of the critical flights, highlighting that the focus of their actions in the NMOC will be 60 minutes before the EOBT, mentioning actions linked with the flight deactivation suspensions, and stressing that repetitive requests for the improvement should not be made. And this is also something similar mentioned by our colleagues from the AOLO, who highlighted the role of the AOLO, stressed the main way that AOLO can help aircraft operators, what kind of suggestions they can get from, linked with the slot swapping, reroute proposal, critical flights, sharing different best practices, and highlighting some common ACDM related questions within that session. And Andy was very good in moderating it, I have to admit.
No, he wasn't. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for that. That was actually much better than all of my notes. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I think the point is with the e-Helpdesk is that in order to help us to help you, we need to use it sensibly, and we can't keep just repeating requests, because it takes up valuable resource. But I think that point has been very well made. Andy then went on to more detail on the NMUI flight and the various more advanced functions there. I caught the end of that, particularly with the rerouting and the advanced functionality that's available there to help you, so that you don't. And he made a very valid point about those of you that are not European operators per se, or only on the periphery of the European network, where you may not be always so au fait with the issues within the core area, and then you end up maybe sitting on a delay, which you don't need to do. There are things that we can do to help you, and there's things that you can do for yourself, and I think Andy showed that quite well. We also gave a quick overview on the MFA, the multi-factor authentication that is coming. There will be a transition period from the end of this year and into the first half of the next year, but I think it's important that you understand that this is coming. It's coming for us as well internally. I have to now learn a new way of logging in, which is a little bit hit and miss for me at the moment. It's not that difficult once you've got it, but it needs to be set up. We also have to do it for all of our users, our external users, our ANSPs, etc. So it is something that's coming. More details are available in the foyer. And then finally, Natalia, we saved the best till last, and Natalia gave us a good overview of what's coming in 2.1 in our next release, our next major release in November. And the first sort of new functionality that our stakeholders have had for a couple of years now, because of the digital transformation that we're making. And I think we're seeing some new and useful tweaks and changes to our system, which will continue to help you do your job on a daily basis. So, quite a day. And we're going to have another quite a day tomorrow as well, with our airline colleagues from Aegean, from KLM, etc., giving us an overview from things from their perspective. So what I'd like you to do now is just relax for the next couple of hours. talk to each other. If there is any feedback that you want to give to the team, things you'd like us to address tomorrow if we can, knowing we have a tight agenda, any questions that you want to ask, use the MFA as well so that we can build up some more questions. If we don't address them tomorrow, we will address them anyway. And thank you very much for your attention, and go and enjoy a bit of relaxing networking. Thank you.